Hello everyone, this is Tormuse, and today I will hopefully be wrapping up Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. Um, yeah, like during the last episode, we wrapped up the side stories, which are just unbearably sweet. Like they're just, I don't know. Like I think I use the word like saccharinely sweet. They're just Dan Salvato is trying to win the world's most wholesome story competition or something like that. Like, yeah, I mean, I kind of already talked about it a little bit. I don't know. There's a lot going on there. I think Dan, on some level, may have wanted to, take everyone's horrific experience from the original DDLC, because the original DDLC is super sad. Like everybody dies, and some of them die in horrific ways, and it's just yeah, I don't know. I should probably leave my commentary about that till the end of this. I don't know. I'm sort of kind of just killing time until people show up in the audience. But yeah. What am I trying to say here? Yeah, he's clearly doing a lot of things, like like giving people the catharsis of here's how things could have been if if the game hadn't broken down, if Monica hadn't become self-aware and ruined everything. Here's how everyone could have been happy together and been friends together and helped each other and supported each other and been this super wholesome thing. And as I touched on before, like also give Monica some sort of redemption and helping Sari instead of driving her to kill herself. Giving Yuri and Natsuki more of a moment, like that they're what am I trying to say here? Like I get the definite feeling. I mean, he said it himself during his stream. He said that he wishes he had more chance to develop Yuri and Natsuki as characters. This is his opportunity here. Like as I've expressed, I kind of ship those two. I think they would be really cool in a romantic relationship, but even as just a platonic friendship, they obviously have this really special bond, which is just I don't know if my heart can take it. Like it's Natsuki giving up her more toxic friends because she realized that what friendship is supposed to be like, and the fact that she turned to Yuri for that, and even when she's having her panic attack, her like instinctive reaction is to reach out to Yuri for help. And incidentally, like that panic attack moment was like I reviewed the scene, and like Natsuki's already said, she said she's feeling like she's dying inside and it's oh hell, I don't know if I should get into all of this this early in the stream. Um, I guess the main point I'll come back to that later. The main point I wanted to get at the top of the stream was that um, like Dams wanted to give some kind of closure to people who wanted it, or maybe people who needed it. And yeah, like the Yuri Zanatsky's comments about the end of a series is some very meta commentary about the story is over. It's okay to let it go and move on to new things. You know, not so subtle message to the fans. And so yeah, like basically trying to wrap things up with this happy catharsis kind of thing, to make up for the horrific sadness that the original DDLC leaves you with. And I don't know, maybe this meta stuff with the emails and stuff is going to undo all that and show, nope, it's really horrific after all. Diablo's here. Hey, welcome. Something I've been wondering is if we'll see a lot fewer normal mods because the side stories fill that need. Yeah, I don't know. I was, that's another thing I was planning to comment on later on in the stream. I wanted to get to the Metacon before I comment on that. But because, like, damn it, like in my own mods, like True Literature Club, Sarah Says No to Suicide, and Storm, I was trying to work through some issues and deal with some real world issues, and it's those side stories feel like this is Dan working through some issues, only he does it better with a lot more flair. And it's like, it's weird. Like, I've been playing mods for the last 3 years. As moderator of the DDLC modding community, I felt it was I felt it was sort of my obligation to go through them. I think go through everything on the list. I mean, obviously it's all amateur writing. Hey, who's this? Hamster. I don't think I've seen you before. I was Catboy. I changed my name to Hamster. Oh, okay. Welcome back. What are they trying to say here? Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, all the mods are just they're amateur writing, so you don't expect anything stellar out of them. But like, just everything, including my own writing, just pales in comparison to these side stories. Like, I don't know how much of that is the knowledge at the back of my mind that, oh, these are canon and these are how Dan Salvato himself wrote them, so they're more genuine, and how much of it is just I know he just did a really good job of writing them, even when there are little details like Monica using less formal language or whatever, that make me go, oh, that's not how their original counterparts acted. It's still like it all still feels very genuine, and yeah. Just finished my bagel. Okay, I hope you enjoyed your bagel. Feels very genuine, and I don't know. It just like they're obviously like they're like morality tales, but they're like elevated morality tales, like not just like, oh, friendship is magic, but like how to live with and treat someone who's feeling suicidal, or how to give up toxic friendships, or how to gain understanding of people who are different from you and show that you can still not just coexist, but learn to care for each other. Um, and, you know, like important life lessons like that. I don't know. I'm rambling again. I'm gonna circle back to that. But I did want to deal with this stuff in backup system because okay. So there's a message here: tower keys, access keys found so far from tower rotation, and it's hinting that the clock time has to be 240, and in the 221 there's a that particular virtual machine set or something. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what those numbers are supposed to represent. They refer to 5 different virtual machines, and they're 0 to 5. These things here. In any case, I went into my settings, and I'm going to change my system clock here because that thing seems to be based on the system clock. I'm going to change it to 240. And we'll see what happens. Wow, my computer really chugged. I just clicked the change date time manually button. There we go. Just waiting for that to pop up there, and change that to a 2. I'm gonna make it 38 to give myself a couple of minutes. Did that work? Okay. So yeah, so now it says 2:38 a.m. in the corner there. And like I said, so we want to go 2, 2, 1. 2, 2, 1. And there's projectplan.txt. Unable to open it. Unknown error. Please try again later. So, okay, 2:39. So 1 more minute. We're going to try opening this and see what happens. See what this is all about. And I hope it's at least, you know, semi-obvious what I'm supposed to do after that, because like I get the impression that there is part of a series of things I'm supposed to do is going to lead to something. I don't know. I have no idea what to expect. I know there are a few more achievements to be achieved going on by the Steam list. I don't know what they are or how to reach them. So I've like cleared everything else out. I got the ghost menu, by the way. I did grind for it. It took a long time. Finally got it. I should have shown that at the top of this. Oh well. I'll show it later. 240. Here we go. See what happens. Ooh. Now we're getting somewhere. Achievement unlocked stonks. Anyway, project plan outline. High level overview. Create human readable version of fabric benchmark results suggesting we live in a simulated universe. Here we go. So yeah, the Metaverse Solutions Corporation also exists in a simulated universe. That's what I was wondering about. So like the virtual machines containing Doki Doki Literature Club are like a simulation inside a simulation. That's why they were asking about the implications of their own universe. Emulate fabric benchmark results in virtualized environment. Build parameters for genetic iterations. Genetic iterations? So not AI based? There's some genes involved somehow? Custom elevated access levels for one or more entities. Iterate until simulation is stable for target time threshold. This is our small-scale simulated universe. Target time threshold. I wonder how long they need to last, or how long they need to exist for their test is considered successful. Observe effects of elevated access knowledge of simulation. Collect record data. Pitch findings to upper management as a profitable venture. Do not go through Barry. Go straight to upper management. Barry is someone which implies that Barry is some kind of middle manager who doesn't believe in their project or something. Get promoted, job saved. So they expect this to be profitable somehow. Possible team members. Ro has most knowledge, access to Commander Quantum Server. Ravi, second to Ro. Lib fixed name scheme conflict with lib folder. Oh. So maybe in that email list they changed, they might have changed lib's name to somebody else. So I've, sure, why not? Others, Virtual Machine 1, current project, small scale simulation. Virtual Machine 2, future project, medium scale simulation. Yeah, and what's the deal with VM2? They said they weren't able to get any data out of it for some reason. Why is there so much focus on these two if they have 5 of them? Virtual Machine, or maybe the other 3 didn't get developed until later? Because we did get the emails out of order, or reverse order, anyway. Literature equals production of text assets, easy data collection. 4 entities, characters. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, whenever you reset the game, it shows entities with these code numbers and letters, and one of them said something about kernel access something or other, which presumably refers to Monica. Well, small physical space, efficient for server and genetic iterations. Highly elevated access permission creates very stable connection window for data collection in exchange for less realistic simulated scenarios. Okay, this is oh, YouTube is did the thing again where it wasn't displaying the chat, and then all of a sudden, boom, a whole bunch of chat messages appeared at once. You're good at puzzles. What if there was a secret ending you want me to dab? If you want, if that's what makes you happy, go ahead and dab. Sure. Am I good at puzzles? I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to figure this out. I might have to consult a walkthrough or something. I don't know what's. I'm just looking at this. I'm not sure what the next step is. I hope something jumps out at me. And Action's here. Welcome. Should play the Friday Night Funkin' mod, Monica mod? Consider it. Like, I kind of wonder if the entities, if that code from whenever you reset the game, if it is significant somehow, but I don't know how I would apply that knowledge, you know? So maybe, I don't know, maybe I need to Ro, Ravi, Lib, Ive. You know, maybe I should, since I can only access this at a certain time, maybe I should, like, screenshot it or something, so that, so I can have it open on the side and have access to it. Because I don't know what this tells me exactly. Anyway, let's try. Will this thing tolerate me? Okay, I'm just screen grabbing this here. Bear with me. This thing is so... Oh, this chugs so much. So yeah, I'm just kind of screen, yeah, just. I don't want to have to keep changing my system clock every time I want to look at this. There. Now I can feel comfortable closing this. Yeah, okay. So that didn't seem to unlock anything. It didn't open up any new emails or anything. Incidentally, if we go into pictures, there's the ghost menu. This unusual screen somehow appeared when launching DDLC during Act 2. And there's no new. There are 4 more promo things to unlock here. I think they're related to this meta stuff. I don't know. There's the Metaverse Enterprise Solutions background. Maybe there's a clue in the emails. Okay, let's okay. Because these were unlocked in reverse chronological order. As you got Ro and Ravi. There's Lib. Ro, Ravi, Lib, and Ive. Those are the 4 people they mentioned. And apparently, at some point, they brought in Rhea and Paula. So Ro was having trouble getting access, trying to get any kind of stable connection with Virtual Machine 2. Issues caused by unprotected memory. Side effects might be caused by sharing a memory pool between multiple VMs rather than allocating them separately. I'm looking at some of the files VM1 is generating. I'm finding some information that definitely shouldn't be there. I haven't seen any evidence this is actually affecting the inside of the VM itself, so I don't think it's a priority, but it's definitely worth noting. Some getting zeroed out, which technically gives VM1 access to it. All the info I have will go into the issue tracker, but I wanted to check if anyone else has noticed something along these lines. Isn't getting zeroed out. I think that means like when deleting files in a computer, there are 2 ways to do it. Typically, the computer doesn't actually erase the data. It just changes 1 bit, which makes it unable to access it. All the data is still there. It's just the computer doesn't see it anymore and just allows it to be written over. And the other way to delete is to truly delete it is if you replace all the data with a string of zeros. So they're trying to delete the data, but they aren't actually truly deleting it, and somehow VM1 has access to that. But yeah, somehow something about there's information from Virtual Machine 2 is getting out to Virtual Machine 1. And minor ethics. What's this? Oh, and the YouTube chat did the thing again. I mean, I think I've got most of this figured out at this point, but I'm gonna wait to tell you until you've unlocked all the stuff. Yeah, I would like to try to figure it out. I mean, if I have to turn to a walkthrough, I'll do it, but I want to see if I can figure this out. Show all the sucker flavors. Can't show it. I'm gonna play some Halo 4. Goodbye. Okay, enjoy Halo 4. Yeah, I think I know what this is talking about, but I don't want to say just yet. Yeah, please no spoilers. So yeah, so they're messing around with these virtual machines. Some people had some ethical qualms about it, apparently, because Paula felt the need to talk about ethics. can't apply ethical reasoning this way because humanity's code of ethics is based upon nothing more than our knowledge and understanding of life forms similar to ourselves. We don't have ethics for killing bacteria or plants, only for creatures that we can basically project our emotions onto. The humans, in quotes, in our VMs operate completely different from us on a fundamental level and therefore should not be taken any more seriously than a machine that's programmed to print "I feel sad." We're engineers, not philosophers. So that's why they don't care if Monica suffers. Like, or the others. Staying focused on our goals. So Paula's trying to be the facts don't care about your feelings kind of person, saying like, don't worry about hurting them. We're getting important things done here. It's trying to help guide our data collection or any analysis performed should be focused on answering some of these main questions. Has granting elevated access to the VM affect a person's emotional state, their values and goals? So they're trying to find out how it affects Monica to give her access to altering the code. Elevated access being weaponized? Like what? Is this because they are themselves in their own kind of simulation and they want to weaponize this knowledge for their company or something somehow? Or are they trying to avoid the destruction of their universe? How might your observation apply to our own universe? How can we prevent this operation as an operation that benefits the company? And then Ive here. He's also creating a Twitter account for Monica. I think it's hilarious. I forgot to don't tell Paula. Yeah, they don't. They don't want Paula, the strict let's get things done manager, to in on the fact that they're having fun with Monica here. Would you code some kind of pass-through layer to automate based on the contents of the tweets, e.g. not screaming for help? I assume they're coming from the control simulation. So that suggests that the side stories are the control simulation. They're the happy version of the story. Not screaming for help, like as in, like, yeah, like this is what I already kind of speculated before, that Monica's basically going through endless torment in the the regular version of the game, yeah, if she had access to Twitter in the real world, she'd be calling for help or whatever. Character discrepancy from Lib. This is Lib's first email here. Having run the control simulation for a while, it is evident that a certain character is missing from any mention or appearance. This makes me speculate that Monica's meddling is less clumsy than we think, because she would have had to manufacture this character herself as a way of forcing interaction between her and the user. Could that be why the character has such limited and dissonant personality traits, or am I reading too much into this? I'll open an issue to start tracking info and observations of the anomaly of this character appearing. Yeah. My first thought when I read this before was that maybe this is some kind of Project Levatina tie-in or something, but no, I think that the certain character, yeah, because control simulation is the side stories, and there's a character missing. The character missing would be MC, the main character, and this is implying that Monica was the one that created MC. She created MC to be her conduit to the real world. Which is interesting. And yeah, and it's funnily enough, it acknowledges that MC has limited and dissonant personality traits, because he's, MC is made to be a blank slate, and dissonant personality traits meaning his personality changes depending on who he's with. He tries to be he tries to accommodate either Sayori or Natsuki or Yuri, depending on which route you go into. The anomaly of this character appearing. And Reavort's side stories. So this is actually referring to the control simulation as side stories here? Or... Thank you to everyone who worked so hard on the control simulation. I can't imagine how tedious it must have been to so delicately hide Monika's elevated permissions from her without disrupting our connection to the VM. Hide Monika's elevated permissions. So, is suggesting that Monika still has access to the code in the side stories, but she doesn't know it? Just to clarify, all of the recordings labeled side stories are part of the control simulation, right? I'm noticing some details of the characters' lives here and there that differ a little bit from those in VM1, even trivial ones. Okay, yeah, so they differ from VM1, so side stories are not VM1. Does that mean are the side stories VM2? Is it part of the butterfly effect from some of Monika's more fundamental changes, or is it a result of her just messing around with the other characters in VM1 as her own experiment or for fun? So if I'm keeping track, we have, what, like 5 different universes in total, with 3 or 4 of them created and then destroyed by Monika, of course. It's funny because I keep wanting to speculate on which one is the real universe, but in reality they all are, as real as ours anyway. Huh. Yeah, again, they're aware that they are themselves also a simulation. And this is the last message. Well, this is the first one that we got, but it's the last in the timeline. Have a nice weekend. I'm on leave the rest of the week. Contact Ravi if you need to schedule server time, but I expect my jobs to run for a few days since we've collected so much data this week. How about we arrange a meeting to discuss the results when I return? Monday, December 9, 2019, 12:06 a.m. Has such specific dates and times. I wonder if something will happen if I set the clock to those dates and times. But then that raises the question of which of these days or times I should change it to. (12:06 a.m.) 12:06 a.m. They all at the same time. 12:06. They're all one day apart. They're all 12:06 a.m. So I don't know. Let's see what happens if I turn to 12:06 a.m. What the hell? Where are my settings? I had the settings open. I didn't close them, right? Did I close them? That'd be a dumb thing to do. I mean, I meant to minimize them, but maybe I closed them. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like the other one, I had to change it specifically to 2:40 a.m. and then open the file. I don't think it's enough for it to be 12:06 a.m. There's probably something I have to look at that time. I just don't know what. Like, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so 12:06 a.m. Oh, great, it already flipped to 12:07. Bring up settings. Change date and time manually. Oh, for goodness sake, why does this have to be so slow? If I wasn't streaming it, I'm sure I could do this faster. Oh well. 12:06 a.m. What? Yeah, I don't know. I'm still drive to the same client. Key pair 2 boat, key pair 3 spaceship. Are these clues? Boat question mark spaceship question mark. Okay, is there a reference to a boat somewhere? It's got to be some kind of clue. I don't know if I should be. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this as a stream. Maybe I shouldn't be trying to figure this out in my own spare time. Boat. Is that a clue? Spaceship. Is that a clue? I don't recall any reference to a boat anywhere. Oh, wow. Artwork by Sachi from 2018. That's neat. Development timeline. New test cases for new genetic models. Server time optimization. VM2 roadblocks. Row on VM2. Everyone else on VM1. Ideas for data search types. Visual renders, audio data, VM environment changes, persistent variable tampering, timestamps, parsing through patterns. No excessive server time needed. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like I'm drawing a blank here. Like, key pair 1 gear, key pair 2 boat. Like, what did the information from that first message have to do? I'm looking at the David says, I did find something weird about the dates that I don't think is spoilerish. If you want to know about it, I think the gearboat spaceship thing isn't actually a reference to something in DDLC Plus. I think it's a reference to another game. Yeah, could be. Something weird about the dates, you say? I mean, aside from the fact that each of these was posted at the same time. Admin.local minor. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm about ready for a hint. I don't want to. I don't get so bogged down in trying to figure it out on my own that I just make the stream boring. I'm 40 minutes into this thing. Like, why is this file included here? There's so little in the way of files here. Message from Paula. File copy has been disposal drive to thin client. Like, I mean, I don't think I want to actually have to check every combination of 3 digits. Looking for looking for clues. Well, okay. I mean, These are the current time and current date. It's like as if they were created right now. And the same with these ones, as if they're being recreated right now. But this is still from 2 days ago. I suppose, probably being the last time that I reset this thing. And these are also all dated from 2 days ago. Just for the heck of it, let me just try resetting. Initializing, connected, stopping virtual machine. Getting virtual machine restore. Restoring entity. And there are 4 entities. And the 4th entity says monitor kernel access. They all have codes associated with them. Presumably these are the 4 characters: Sari, Natsuki, Yuri, and Monica. Monica being the one with access. And this is any we gotta go to with cats BBIAB. Okay, I'm just going to exit this. And bring up the files again. And yeah, now all of these are current. These are all the exact current time, and these files are the date and time that I last reset. The last time I ran the reset.sh. Like, I kind of wonder if that's a key somehow, that I have to reset at a specific time to give them a specific date. Well, what happens if I reset at 12:06? I'm just kind of randomly spitballing here. Like I have no idea. That probably makes us boring to watch. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. If too much time passes and I don't figure anything out, I'm probably just gonna look up a walkthrough. Although, yeah, like Diablo or anybody, if you want to toss a hint in the chat there, if something which doesn't necessarily give it away, but points me in the right direction. Rebuilding file system. Starting virtual machine. Yeah, I don't know. See, this is at the end of the last episode, my last stream. I was at least I'll say 12:07 now. Did it flip to 12:07 while I was? That kind of defeats the purpose of my little experiment, doesn't it? Okay, let's change it to 12:05 and then try do a reset right when it. I don't even know if this will do anything. Just want to give myself a full minute to to do all this, get all this done, do it properly. It says 12:05 a.m. Yeah, because if the system clock has something to do with it, I'm just flailing a little bit here. I just like I kind of wonder if these code numbers are somehow significant. Like maybe I have to key in this number somewhere. I only have a few seconds to write it down. I mean, I can pull up my video of it, and, but I wouldn't know where I'm supposed to type it in though. So I don't know. Like I don't know how complicated Dan made this puzzle. Like if it's anything like the ARG for the original DDLC, I'll probably never figure it out because it's 12:07. So these say 12:06 though. Yeah, because these are the current time, 12:07. 12:07:02. 12:07:24. Yeah, it really is. These are the current time. Cars and we have problem with having to worry about the high-ups. Keep everything offline until then. Genetic models. Persistent variable tampering timestamps. Parsing thought patterns, no excessive server time needed. Environment changes of audio data. Hey, this might be a clue in itself. Ideas for data search types, like tampering with timestamps, environment changes. Like audio data, is there something in the music? Welcome back, Diablo. Yeah, I'm still struggling. I think I need a hint. I was listening to these earlier, by the way. Yeah, Piece by Piece that's that sad song that plays when Yuri's having her breakdown in understanding, and also when Natsuki's having her initial breakdown during self-love. It's somehow it just instantly makes you feel sad hearing it, or touched or something. Did I click 97%? I'm very close, you know. Hmm. 100% completion. Yeah, there is something in the music list. Yeah. Maybe I should be letting these play while I'm figuring things out. In any case, I'm going to go use the washroom. I'll be right back. So, ended up finding out about this one from someone else because it's not intuitive at all. Yeah, okay, that's what I was afraid of, that it was going to turn out to be something like totally not intuitive. Not entirely sure how you're supposed to figure it out on your own other than just stumbling onto it accidentally after a long time. Exactly, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Like the original ARG stuff from the original game, like, for instance, like, getting to the Project Libitina site in the first place, you have to take Sayori's character file, turn it into an OGG file, so it's a sound file, and then it's just a bunch of static. But if you look at the waveform for it, it becomes a QR code which leads to the site, and it's like if I was trying to figure that out, I would have already been lost at trying to figure. I probably wouldn't even have figured out to turn to an OGG file. Like, I don't know. Hug energy. I was listening to these songs before, and this is where I left off. I guess I can just let it play while I'm thinking about other things. Well, I mean, this apparently lets you play songs while you're looking at other things. So I wonder, could it be like a certain song has to be playing when you look at a certain file or something like that? But then, like, which song would you have to play? Or you have to look? I don't know. Data search types, video renders audio data, virtual machine environment changes, question mark. By environment changes, that mean like which act you're in, act 2, act 3, or so on? Persistent variable tampering? Like, persistent variable tampering, I'm guessing, well, I mean, there's a limited amount of tampering you can do with the persistent variables in here, aside from just resetting altogether. Parsing thought patterns, no excessive server time needed. Meeting over time. Too many tangents again need to be Not even that, it's got an RNG element to it? Oh, okay. Yeesh. Yeah, I mean, like, if you have to rely on RNG, like, yeah, there's probably no way I'm going to figure it out. I mean, even, like, getting this, like, this is one of the images I needed in order to 100% it, and this took a long time to get. I would never have found it if I had been consistently trying, because it's a 1 in 64 chance. It's a really low probability. Like, I had to start the game like 100 times. I lost count of how many times I had to start and restart over again until I got this. And music skipping. There have been a few occasions when the music skipped like that, and I'm not sure. I wasn't sure if it was. Is that my machine doing it, or is that actually built into it? CLI disk copy FASM first, fix fonts, format, init printer, merge mem, no FASM, set map. Ooh. Ah, yes. What's this one called? Stories of Friendship and Literature. Is this from the credits, I think? Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking for. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, well, just tell me. I don't think I'm gonna figure this out. Like, if there's an I don't even know where to begin looking, and if there's an RNG element in it, like, that means that even if I find it, I might not find it. It's just your computer. Yeah. Okay. One of the achievements said look in the poem words for discrepancies. Oh. Looking for discrepancies, and these are combinations of 3 numbers. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, maybe I'm onto something here. Is tragedy one of Sayori's words? Well, if we're looking for discrepancies, why don't I pull up the actual original poem words from the original game? Hold on. I got this text file handy somewhere. Oh wait, I don't have it in that folder. Where did I put it? Got it here somewhere. Okay, minimize that, minimize that. It would be in here. Scripts. Poemwords.txt, here we go. It says death. Just tragedy alone, love. Adventure, sweet, excitement, fireworks, romance, tears, depression, heart, marriage, passion, fun, color, hope, friends, family, party, vacation. Maybe the discrepancy, hold on, maybe the discrepancy isn't that, oh, one word doesn't belong, but the numbers don't fit. Like, all Sayori's words have a 3 as the first number, and all of Natsuki's words have a 3 as the second number. And all of Yuri's words have a 3 as a third number. What's this? 915130? 915130. 915130. Okay. Nine 15130. Hold on. What's this song? I have to listen to this another time. Is it to 914? Give myself a minute to get back into it. 130. Meaning notes number 2. Huh. And I'm guessing this one is not openable right now. Please try again later. So we saw meaning notes 1. The other one was project notes. So yeah, it's kind of funny. I was looking for subtle things like words didn't belong or numbers didn't belong, but it was actually just something more obvious. Promising work on recording simulation activity into playable script. Playable equals observable form, not a game. Stay focused, Ive. Pretending to type important things while waiting for everyone to get back on topic. 4:30 still target time. Assigning names to simulated entities for easier reference. A, B, C, D should suffice. 1, 2, 3. Using real names only encourages treating them like pets rather than simulated entities. Everyone is trying to come up with stupid names now. Control simulation. Create identical VM without entity A having elevated access permissions. Seems unlikely. Nothing has come close so far. Clone VM1. Same elevated access, but prevent the entity from discovering it. Seems tricky, but plausible. Meeting over time again. And then a bunch of gibberish. JKL, SDF, JKL, SDAF, JK, JH. So it's just random typing, I guess. So clone VM1, same elevated access, prevent the entity from discovering it. Seems tricky but plausible. So it seems that, yeah, again, VM2 is the side stories. Monica has elevated access to the code, but she doesn't know about it. Prevent the entity from discovering it. Seems tricky but plausible. So anytime they refer to entity A, they're referring to Monica. This feels like it was written by Paula. Like she doesn't want. She wants to be professional about the whole thing. Promising work on recording simulation activity into playable script. Observer form not a game. .4:30 still target end time. Meeting over time again. Play Candy Hearts a few times, and then you said no. Did I turn off the? Did I turn off the music? It just. Oh, hello. Well, that's different. Did I clicked 98%? Oh, that might be just from the file that I just read. I probably should have screenshot that one as well. Whoops. Game 2 and side stories are different. Meeting notes 1 talked about Game 2 side stories like you have a meeting notes 3 for sure about which one you were reading. There's a hidden spooky version of that song. If you close and reopen the music player, you can see both of them. Trying to bring up my system time to adjust it again. And also your percentage goes up, and also there was something in that file. Something in that file? Something in what file? In the music file? Yeah, you may recall, like, towards the end of my the last session, I was saying, oh, I should probably try to seek out the meta stuff first, and then play equals afterwards, just so I have something to, the equals side story afterwards, just so I have something to look forward to. So, because I sort of anticipated that I was probably going to be doing a lot of flailing like this and not getting anything resolved. Sort of wonder what happens if I delete these. Unable to delete elevated access pages are required for this action. Ha. Okay. There's another alternate version of Candy Hearts. One of them's 2 minutes 55 seconds, the other one's 59 seconds. This was 1 minute and 7 when it was the spooky version. I'm just kind of letting the music play to the end. Sort of wondering what happens if I open up the spooky song again. Is it playing? Yeah. I'm feeling all over again. I mean, maybe this is something that I should have like recorded ahead of time, and then I could edit out the stuff which is not me failing to figure things out. I mean, looks like it really fits Siri to a T, that having a canned voice spirit like mine in your reality. Presumably you're referring to Dear Sunshine when you say that. Well, what else could there be? I mean, access keys found so far from tower rotation. Key pair 1. T pair 1. Clock time, 3-digit number combination somewhere. It's the project plan. Like this is what set me on the path to begin with. Yeah, I think the reason it says 107 and then 59 was because when you play it, it at first starts to sound like the original song for 8 seconds, and then it fades into the spooky version, just to make it feel more eerie. And then when you play it subsequently, it doesn't have the fade in. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Boat, spaceship. That's one from home. Where's the text, right? Yeah, 130. Yeah, that's. I figured that one out. It's in the middle of Yuri's words. There's this 915 130. I think that's the only thing to be found in here. Could there be something hidden in here too? It's one of the few files. Okay. Hold on. It's enough spooky music here. Let's go back to the classics. I mean, I can't open these. Copyright years and stuff. Why would Dan Salvato put fonts credits of all things in with the game files, unless it was a clue to something somehow, somewhere? I feel like this must be part of the puzzle. I just can't figure out how. So here's CTC. So the tower rotation, gear, post spaceship stuff is all. Oh, I missed shout out. The things you're looking for are 1, a time, and 2, a set of 3 numbers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Where the font credits are placed here, I feel like there's got to be something, but this is one even I don't know the answer to. Okay. Had a stroke. Yeah, I'm not getting anything out of this. I'm not seeing anything here. Nothing's jumping out at me as like, aha, this is. Should probably take another look at the meeting notes in 130. Okay. I still have it open in my screenshot that I typed. Lib promising work on recording simulation activity to playable script. I mean, 4:30 was the target end time. Don't suppose. 1, 2, 3. Oh, psh, okay. Was it that simple? I was looking at it going, it couldn't be that, could it? Command cards could be changed for legal reasons. Some of the time lock codes have number key combos. Yeah. Well, I mean, even if he's required to put the font cards in there, he didn't have to put them in that particular place. Like if he put them there, he put them there for a reason. I don't know. Anyway, so the time to 4:30 or 4:29. So I'm waiting for 4:30 to roll around. I'm going to take a look at this track 6 name ideas.txt. I'm going to screenshot this one too. Operation, not a game by Cliff Lester. It's presumably Paula insisting, no, don't make it a game. We want to be able to observe them, but not. I don't know. I've wanted to make it a game. Which kind of makes me wonder if these 4 people that they alluded to in the their attempt to these 4 people trying to figure this out actually correspond to, the 4 girls from the literature club. Like, if Ivelaster is fooling around and wanting to make a game and stuff, like they might correspond with Sayori's character, for example. Option control simulation track 6. Track 6, as in music track 6. Name ideas: work together, discussion time, debate time, brainstorm, listen up, teamwork time. Let's discuss. Let's teamwork. Let's teamwork is the name of one of the songs. I'll handle it. Leader, take the lead. Text face names maybe for another track. 030. I was trying to make funny names, but it came out as 030. I have a feeling that's where I'm going to find one. And track 6, probably the track time is going to be anyway 030, eh? Zero 30. Track 6 is Poem Panic, and it's 228. It Let's Teamwork is way down here. Or maybe it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 of the new songs. Okay. So 030, 158. Zero, 3, 0. Okay, main note's 3. And this is me trying to change the time again. Hey, Slender, welcome. I'm fumbling around trying to figure out this meta stuff, and probably. I don't know. Let's see if I can get this. I hope I'm doing this right. So I'm setting it to 157 because that's 1 minute before 158, which is the time that the that Let's Teamwork was set to. I'm presuming that was a reference to Let's Teamwork. It says track 6, even though it isn't actually track 6. It's the 6th track of the new songs. So I'm hoping that once 158 rolls around, I'll be able to open this. And if that doesn't work, then I'll try setting it to the time of the actual. It worked. Control simulation in progress. Okay, I'm going to screenshot this one too. Control simulation progress. Idea: snapshot slightly earlier in time. Compare end of control sim to start of VM1. Better comparison than both being parallel. Mature control sim versus reference VM1. Easier to detect failures to hide elevated access permissions. Fifth entity in VM1. Not part of original genetic model. Not present in data dumps. Very bizarre. Hive is less talkative today. Meeting ending on time? Question mark? 12:55. OMG. I don't know. I like that part of the song. Something to keep in mind here. It's not just track 6. It's control simulation track 6. Ah, right. Control simulation, yeah. Snapshot slightly earlier in time. Compare end of control sim to start of VM1. Better comparison than both being parallel. Mature control sim versus reference VM1. Easier to detect failures to hide elevated access permissions. Slightly earlier in time. I mean, the fact that 12:55 is referenced here is it's the most obvious reference to a time in here. Snapshot slightly earlier in time. Compare end of control sim to start of VM1. End of control sim, like compare end, like the last screenshot, or the end of the end of the equal side story. Was there something at the end of the side story? Was there something at the end of the side story that I missed, or that was a clue or something? Fifth entry in VM1, not part of original genetic model. Sorry, fifth entity. That's presumably referring to MC again, I guess? Not part of original genetic model, not present in data dumps. Yeah, Ive is the talkative one, apparently, of the group. Snapshot slightly earlier in time. Compare end of control sim to start. The fact that it says snapshot, like the fact that it says snapshot makes you think of the final CG of the side stories where we're showing I suppose there's a number visible in here somewhere. That's cute. What else could it be referring to, though? I have a time, 12:55, but I don't have the numbers associated with it. I don't want to just start fumbling blindly through the numbers, through the yeah. Dan was kind enough to give these clues here. Timestamps, audio data, visual renders. Might be a clock in the backgrounds. Yeah, but I have the time though. It's the other numbers that I'm missing at the moment. These are just wallpapers, so. I don't think I wouldn't expect it to be in the wallpapers if they were going to put it anywhere. I think a snapshot comment is just referring to the idea that the side stories take place chronologically before DDLC main game, but in a different universe simulation. But if you're looking for a clue in that file specifically, there's a really not obvious one immediately after the time. Oh yeah? $12.55 OMG. What is OMG supposed to represent the I don't know, I'm thinking 3 is sideways M. Oh, 030, I already looked here. So it is slightly earlier in time. Compare end of control sim to start of VM1. Better comparison than both being parallel mature control sim versus reference VM1. User detect failures to hide elevated access permissions. Continue viewing not perfect visual check while not present data. That's very bizarre. I was less talkative today. Meeting ending on time. 12:55 OMG. Snapshot slightly earlier in time. Compare end of control sim to start of VM1. Is that a clue? Maybe the email's another clue? Possibly? Compare the start to the end, could that... Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They all consistently are one day apart from each other. You'd get 404'd. OMG. Oh, okay. I get it. Well played, Dan. DDLC.text? Now I'm waiting for my ability to change the time again. Pretty tricky, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's not the trickiest thing that Dan's done, but here, set at 12:54. Wait for it to hit 12:55 and try this again. Well, thanks for the help with the clues and stuff. Like, I mean, like, I might have figured it out eventually, but I don't want to spend too much time just stumbling around blindly doing this live. I mean, if I was doing it in my spare time, fine, but when I'm like doing this live as a broadcast for people watching, I don't want to spend too much time stumbling around. Here we go. I'm going to screenshot this one too. Doki Doki Literature Club. Welcome to the Rebellion. That's an ominous start. Just waiting for this thing to catch up here. There we go. Sorry, bear with me here. Okay, anyway. Welcome to the Rebellion. We're all working our asses off with our jobs on the line, so we might as well have some fun with it too, right? I totally get why Paula wants to rush into data collection, but my proposal is to shift our efforts a little and build out some new features for making real-time connection to the VM more useful and fun. If we're basically simulating a miniature universe, then it's kind of a waste to not be able to spend some quality time in there, right? But actually, I think wrapping this whole thing in the guise of a video game is a great and hilarious way of covering our tracks, and if we do a good enough job, we might even be able to present it to Paula as a useful endeavor. Key selling points: 5 to 6 hours of misery, dread, and cute girls. Learn about the existential crises of others, how to cope with your own simulated universe. Witness the destruction of a universe over and over in video game form. This is going to be absolutely amazing. And no, the irony isn't lost on me. Creating a secret team within a secret team is more meta than I signed up for, and that's saying something considering we literally work for Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. We can come up with a fake game studio name and everything too. Obviously, no plans to go public with this, but it would be a good part of the whole disguise. Plus, I want a cool team name that makes us feel like a bunch of heroes for saving the universe. Kidding. But we're at least saving our jobs. Something like Team Salvation? Yeah, you named it Team Salvato. Okay. So this is presumably the beginning of their idea of turning this virtual machine into a game. You know, supposedly. Still says data collected 98%. I don't think it counted me looking at these files. Remember the email that said Monica create MC? I think we have IVE as our true culprit. If you consider DDLC.txt and meeting notes 3.txt, Monica making MC would undermine her sympathy in DDLC too. Using Occam's razor on that theory made me suspicious. The hidden files confirmed that I was right that email was a red herring. I feel like I've hit a dead end again here. I mean, like in those files, like one led to another, led to another, led to another. But that one there, DDLC.txt, seemed to be a bit of a dead end. There weren't any there weren't any numbers or anything like that in there. Anything else? There's one more, but you won't be able to find it until you get 100%. Unlocking those last two are tricky. Great. I mean, like, I could just look through each of these one by one, but like, even if I find them, I won't know the time. So, yeah, there's no more clues on what to do to unlock the last 2%. Huh? No more clues, eh? Like, where might the clues be? I've kind of run out of ideas. I mean, I kind of already ran out of ideas before, and you only need one more base game run for 100%, but you need to do specific things. Oh, really? One more base game run for 100%. kind of thing where I have to like... Oh, it's Sayonara. 3 images that are for the same task in Act 1. One is a late Act 2 task. But when you hear what one of them was, if I remember your mod correctly. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, if there are things that first of all I'm turning the music off. that's enough of Sayonara, thank you. If there are specific things that I need to do, like within the actual base game, yeah, like I don't want to turn this stream into a whole lot of like flailing blindly, just experimenting with one thing after another while doing lots of skippy in between. Found them both by complete accident, one by boredom during special poem grinding, the other because I knew a speed strat. Speed strat? The only speed strat that comes to mind is as soon as Sayori kills herself, reload immediately rather than wait for it to go through all the dialogue there. Can I go in less than 20 minutes if you don't mind spoilers on that? Yeah, you know, at this point, go ahead and spoil it. I think I don't care anymore. I mean, at this point, I'm going through in my mind, thinking of things I can do, like play a game where I get, you know, like a 20 Sayori word and 20 Yuri word and 20 Natsuki word within one game, or go, have a run where each of them is balanced and like make everybody happy and have, you know, one of each of them in there. Which also going to flip when you hear what one of them was, if I remember your mod correctly. If you're referring to True Literature Club, how unlocking the Monica route, you need to have one poem dedicated to each of the other 3 girls and keep everybody happy. It's yeah. Okay, fine. Let's go for it. Get through Yuri's Act 2 weekend without pressing skip? Oh, okay. Oh, that's speed strat, yeah. Okay, let's go skippy through this. Let's see. I mean, like, having one poem dedicated to each girl is one of the things I was considering that I probably would have done anyway. Heck, let's just do that for the first one. And then the Act 2 weekend without skipping, oh, that'll take ages. Well, not really. I mean, I think they mean like, okay, so it looks like I got Yuri first. Hey, that's interesting. It's interesting because usually when you pick just randomly, you get Sayori. Because she has the most words. Oh look, it's set to skip after choice because I was trying to get the ghost menu before. Not the ghost mini, but the special poems. So here comes the argument. I'm like, I don't know. Does this matter? Maybe I should have saved it first. Oh well. Okay, so if the first one was Yuri, then I guess I'll go for Natsuki this time. So, bouncy, pink, parfait, fluffy, email, pout, twirl, poof. Okay, that's more than half of them, and the rest of these will just... So this one should be Natsuki. But anyway, yeah, do the Act 2 weekend without skipping. The speed strat for that is loading the save game because it advances to the next part of the day. Do that and it'll count. Natsuki's first and third CG is so cute. Okay, so this one I guess would have to be a Sayori poem then. Cry, ocean, pain, worm. Play, or maybe dream. Oh, the dream is Yuri apparently. Scars, rainbow, tears, bed, forgive, and then the rest of them, like whatever. Get a couple more Yuri words in there. So that's one for each of them. And there's a long pause here. So, am I supposed to skip again then? Natsuki had her moment there because that's just how it operates. That should do it for the one thing. So now you can skip ahead to the end of Act 2. Okay. Just want to make sure that it got the Sayori poem here. But I'm sure. Like, so I'm thinking something Sayori would like. Okay, there we go. I'm just making sure I got it right. And Sayori's depressed and didn't share a poem. And then Natsuki probably wasn't happy about it, but she still showed her poem. And Yuri also probably wasn't happy about it, but hopefully she still shows her poem. There we go. So they still liked it enough and stuff. But you can double check right quick by saving and hop back out to the OS. Oh, okay. Why didn't I do that? Ah, there you go. So it did open up something. I remember these. These are the Valentine's Day thing, yeah. In Act 1, write a poem for a different character in each chapter. There you go. Yeah, these are from the promotional art in Valentine's Day that went up on Lil Monks 3's Twitter. Natsuki's skirt very tactfully positioned there. Huh. Okay. There's something unlocked in music too? No, looks to be the same. The music one is always lit up even when there's no actual new music there. Now data click says 99%. Okay. Okay, so if what you're saying is true, then it probably doesn't matter who I choose. Let's just grab Yuri. I mean, not in that way. No, Yuri's Death CG, yeah. Yeah, like, the thing of trying to make a poem for each girl, like one poem for each girl in each of the 3 days, was something that did occur to me, and I probably would have tried, like, off camera. So, yeah, I would have done it. I just didn't want to be doing it in the middle of a stream where I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, let's just say love you. Oh. Series death scene incoming. Incidentally, on one of my run-throughs, setting up for stuff, what am I trying to say? I tried turning on the... Oh hey, line 307, could that be? No, it couldn't be. And if you hit load game... File's missing a corrupt, start a new game. There's your speedrun strat. So I guess now I go skippy to Yuri's death scene. But yeah. Special poem? Sure. Glitched out Monica. And sounding it doesn't matter who gets what here, so I'm just gonna pick random words. Wonder if I got Yuri or Natsuki. There used to be a fast forward option. There used to be, or at least there are some versions of Renpai. There, at one point, you had the option, like if you right click skip, hey, I got Natsuki. Like if you right click the skip button, it skips faster. Like it doesn't show anything. It just goes right to the choice. But that option doesn't seem to be here now. Like if I now if I try to right click skip, it just removes the text box. Oh, and there's Sari in the background. But yeah, I'm presuming the doing Yuri's Act 2 weekend without pressing skip. I mean, I'm presuming you mean just skipping during the weekend scene, and skipping leading up to it is still okay. Or at least I hope so. Please help me. Yeah. Getting there. Whoops. And there's the wheel poem. Oh yeah, happy thoughts. Cool. Make sure you turn off skip before the CG shows up. Yeah. Yeah. More eye bleeding. Like like I said. Team Salvato has a thing about bleeding eyes, I guess. Yeah, I forgot to save. Maybe I'll save now. I don't even know which route I got, because it comes out the same either way. No, I do know. I got Yuri because if you pick Natsuki twice in a row, it does the blackout thing where Yuri breaks the game and forces it to go on her route. Excuse me. Aw, poor Natsuki. She just wanted to help her friend. Instantly, speaking of Natsuki, I mean, yeah. Well, maybe I'll save my thoughts about Natsuki later. Dream. So I'm just gonna go with Monica. So I'm gonna just turn off skipping and just go there manually. Poor Yuri. She broke her brain. Alright, speedrun strats. Let's just repeatedly reload the save game to make it skip through these faster. Yeah, there's something extra sad about the fact that like, I don't know, she died with a smile on her face, and the smile fades as she decomposes, as if even in death she realizes she made a mistake or something, or recognizes the horror of what's happening. Poor Natsuki again. I mean, and you think of their friendship and how Natsuki feels about her, to walk in on her dead like that. How traumatizing that must be for her. Okay, so with that done, did that unlock something? Okay. Another side story. What? Okay, first of all, let's take a look at pictures. Oh yeah, huh? I remember that one. Easily Disturbed. Artwork drawn by Sachi in 2018 of Monica and Yuri having a sleepover. Just the concept of them having a sleepover is kind of interesting. I mean, knowing how their characters are, like in the side stories and stuff, like, because they never saw each other outside of club. Really, Yuri and Natsuki are the only ones implied to see each other outside of club, really. And music is lit up, but I have a feeling it's doing the same thing, whereas, yeah, same number of tracks and stuff. There's another mail. Let's move on from Paula Minor, and this is a day earlier. We need to have a meeting about shifting our focus a little bit. We've reset VM1 how many times now? For real, we've definitely collected as much data as we can from it at this point. We just need to work with what we have and try to increase the stability of our connections to VM2. We've obviously gotten spoiled by the ease of access that VM1 offers us, but it's just unrealistic for someone in real life to be granted a level of elevation even close to monitor kernel access. For someone in real life to be granted a level of elevation. And by real life, I presumably they mean their own lives within their own universe, which they know is simulated. If we can't establish a stable connection to VM2, then how can we expect to get anywhere when the same scenario inevitably occurs to our own universe? So they're is that why that? So is this the reason for their experiments then? Because like the whole time I've been wondering, like, well, what could the purpose of these experiments be? And I think the answer is, like, every time they give Monica access to the code, she destroys the universe, basically. And so that's why they're studying her motivations. That's why they're studying the changes in her values, and they're studying what it is, like, what it is she does, how she experiments with the code and so on her way to destroying the universe. Because they want to find a way to control their own universe. They want to find a way to control their own simulation, but they want to do it without destroying it. So they're trying to. Interesting side stories theory seen as more heartbreaking. Yeah. If you didn't catch that before, monitor kernel access. Yeah. Anyway. Monitor became Monica. Yeah. How can we expect to get anywhere when the same scenario inevitably occurs to our own universe? Yeah, they don't want to give themselves access to their own code in their own universe because they're afraid of their own universe being destroyed, basically. The same way that Monica destroys the universe, or destroys her own personal universe. Anyway. Thanks to Rose's work, we were able to acquire a few rudimentary logs. I have an idea on how to increase connection stability to VM2 while maintaining weak hypervisor access to everyone inside on an individual basis. Hypervisor? Ironically, it has to do with something that they're building in their own VM. I'll go into detail in a more formal report, but some of the log files indicate attempts of theirs to pool together the access potential of multiple individuals into a single parallel unit. It sounds ridiculous, but if they actually get somewhere with it, then we might have a solid entry point that doesn't heavily intrude upon the VM. I'm going to spin up a read-only hypervisor that we can use to test different ideas like this. The elevation level will be set to monitor adjacent runtime level access. MAR. Is that an acronym? MARLA? Monitor adjacent runtime level access. The VM will just be named Test VM for now, although the parallel access unit they're building in the VM seems to be called Project Libitina. Ah, Libitina. Okay. Like, Lib renamed herself to Libitina to avoid being confused with the folder called Lib in the game files. According to the few logs we have, we can change the name once we actually get a decent picture on it. Paula Minor. I'm still trying to parse this out, trying to figure out what does this mean. Shit, what's that? So yeah, we reset VM how many times now? As in, like, Monica keeps destroying the world every time they reset. So, and they're still repeatedly doing tests on it to see if they can get her to not destroy the world, basically. And she only doesn't. I guess she only doesn't destroy it when she doesn't know she has access to the code, but they don't have a stable connection to view it for some reason. Can't establish. Ro is the guy who was looking at the VM2, right? A few rudimentary logs. How to increase the connection stability. This is earlier in the timeline, so this is before he came up with the idea, or they came up with the idea of. Scenario seems to indicate that they're concerned about something happening in their own universe, which is necessitating this series of tests. I guess if we see anyone named Marla in their next game, we should be immediately suspicious of them. Yeah. Yeah. In any case, I need to go use the washroom again. I guess maybe I've been drinking too much water. I'm such a waterholic. I'll be right back. Okay. Not sure, but I think the developer lib's name is a coincidence. Project Libitina appears to be something happening inside VM2. We reset VM1 how many times? Oh yeah, we had to reset it like a dozen times just to get those special poems. Yeah. Finished Archives of Oz in 15 parts. Now you've finished DLC plus 15 parts. Coincidence. Funny coincidence, yeah. I don't ironically think that line is specifically meant as a joke on how many times you have to reset to get to 100% to unlock his email. Could be. But yeah, I don't know. These are clever. I appreciate the hints without outright spoiling stuff in the comments. Thank you very much. Like, this is all like mostly stuff. I mean, I probably wouldn't have figured out the Yuri death scene skip without skipping thing. I probably wouldn't have figured that out on my own. I mean, like, it's the kind of thing I have done, but it's just I don't know. It probably wouldn't have occurred to me to do that. Everything else, I could have gotten eventually, I think. But yeah, I don't think people want to spend that long just watching me do that. Like, so yeah. Yeah, so I'm just trying to interpret this still. Yeah, like, solid entry point that doesn't heavily intrude upon the VM. I'm not sure what this technobabble means here. Increased connection, obtaining weak hypervisor access to everyone inside on an individual basis. Say like this. That they're building in their own VM. I'm not even sure that, ironically, it has to do with something they're building in their own VM. Going to do it from, of course. Some of the log files indicate attempts to this. Because yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to make sense of this. Different ideas like, is the delegation level be set to monitor adjacent or in-time level access to VM? Just name test VM for now, though the parallel access unit they're building in the VM seems to be called Project Labatina. According to the few logs we have, we can change the name once we actually get a decent picture. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, side story. Test VM? Test virtual machine? I'm afraid. I'm actually afraid. What's going to happen when I click this? Achievement unlocked breakthrough? Attempted to decode binary data. Is that binary data that came out of VM2 that 344? Incredible contributions to Project Labatina despite having no third. Absolute Genius has made incredible contributions to Project Labatina despite having no third something. Connection lost. Is there a clue in here? Like, I don't see any numbers. Absolute genius and has made incredible contributions to Project Labatina, despite having no third. What? No third eye? Is that the? Is that what you're about to say? Is that it? Ah, darn. What's this Money Chan Dashing saying? 8:33 clock time and 344 code used somewhere? I don't remember that being mentioned anywhere. Where did you get that? Where did you get that information? I understand it. When you make a simulated universe, being able to view what's going on inside it is difficult if you don't have some kind of connection. Right. For VM1, it seems that Monica's status and the simplicity of the setup makes it more accessible somehow, so they can view it as a game. But for VM2, all they have right now is this data feed. Also, keep loading test VM. There's more than one passage? Okay. Each person markup? Maybe. Visualizing, connected, attempting to decode binary data. There's a whole bunch of glitch text. Are my children the opportunity? Connection lost. So there's, are my children the opportunity are the only words visible here. If I run it again, material resistant to third eye penetration, electromagnetic something. Material resistant to third eye penetration. What does the third eye do anyway? Is the third eye does it imply like some kind of telepathic ability? Like they're trying to develop some kind of material which resists the ability for the third eye to penetrate it. Well, I'm going to keep testing VM if it's going to keep giving me new content. What's this smudge and dashing to close DDLC and open it and look in the top left corner? I know there's a lot of these. Have died so that those most those most worthy will be able to ascend. Connection lost. Which reminds me, I was curious. I actually have got 100%. So yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. These are all, this stuff is connected to Project Libitina, that original project that Dan Salvato presumably wanted to release in 2018. And so I'm off now, good luck. Thanks, Thunder. The only prison is our material world, the gate. The only prison is our material world. Like, as someone's making the statement in response to, like, presumably in response to that, like the human experiment prison isn't a prison, the only prison of their material world. Something to do with the gate? Appears when you try to log into Metaverse. Okay. I'll check that next. I just want to test this a few more times. I mean, I'm already at 100% completion. I'm sure there's like almost nothing left of this, so I'm gonna just finish it off in this stream here. Are speculated to improve third eye potency by puberty, the new... Like, I'm sort of assuming this third eye business is somehow referring to either telepathic or telekinetic abilities or something. Or something like that. And something about puberty affects it, so that's why they're, kidnapping young girls. Yeah, theory time. Matt Pat was actually kind of right about his theory from a couple years ago, except only about one specific thing. Is there going to be any real text this time? Oh, here we go. Number of specialized professions we will need to staff, such as additional nurses and reproductive. So presumably this is referring to staff for the human experiment prison. And they need nurses and, I don't know, reproductive specialists? Are they trying to reproduce this third eye business? If you stack all of these tidbits up against the Project Libitina information we got from before, I bet that a fair amount of it matches up. The thing is, I think he was right in that something did get into DDLC from another game, but it wasn't the Dokis, it was leaked memory data from VM2. Yeah. Have given him the title Guardian to reflect. So there's a male character referred to as the Guardian? Ability to code binary data. One of the emails talks about how VM1 and VM2 had access to the same memory, and some memory from VM2 leaked into VM1. My guess is all of the horror Markov Levitian elements are that data. Yeah, that makes sense. As much sense as anything can, that sort of thing. Key to opening a powerful channel lies in eroding the tether between... Yeah, what could this be referring to? Opening a powerful channel. Like, channel between virtual machines? Like, are they aware? Are the beings within Virtual Machine 2 aware of the other virtual machines? Or is this some kind of channel between worlds? Or some... There's stuff in... But yeah, like... Or Markov Lipstick elements are that data. Yeah, which kind of... I've had occasion to wonder a bunch of times if the stuff in Yuri's ranting in the Wheel poem has to do with it. You know, this portal to another world and all that. Powerful channel lies in eroding the tether between... It's giving more access permissions. Now that stuff comes up in the side stories. Yuri isn't even interested in horror in them. Yeah. And does it make sense that Monica would add anything like that to the game, so she was likely unaware? Yeah, that makes sense. Distance from the religion which the Academy was once known to practice. Religion requires faith. This is undeniable truth. Distance from the religion. Yeah, again, there was... in some of the ARG stuff, there were some references to religion and having faith in something. Someone wishing that the workers would have more faith in their goals or something like that. So there was a hint of some kind of cultish aspect to it. This stuff here, though. This is just so much fodder for so many fan theories. Like, MatPat's gonna have a field day with this. I mean, probably already has. I have observed he did post some videos about it. So I'm gonna have to watch those after I finish going through this. I'm curious to know how he organized the data. I mean, I have some misgivings about some of MatPat's theories and how he expresses them too. Some of his ideas I'm not crazy about, but he does have some interesting... It's interesting to see how his mind works about these sorts of things sometimes. Anyway, the observable changes in physical appearance, however small, already prove this to be more than the usual spiritual nonsense. Yeah. So they do have... Yeah, there is some religious aspect to what they're doing, but someone's realizing that there's more going on there than just cultish business. Yeah, Yuri isn't. That's interesting. Diablo's there. Like, Yuri isn't even interested. Yuri isn't even interested in horror in the side stories. That was something that was inserted into her. It seems, anyway. May actually produce tiny but detectable physical distortions in the area surrounding them. We might consider. So something produces physical distortions in the area surrounding something. The fact that it says we might consider is like it suggests they were doing some kind of test of some kind. some kind of test or experimentation or something. You know, if I stay in the debate club, this wouldn't have happened in the book. The book Yuri reads in Act 2 is what the M2 is. Yeah. But my third eye shows me two of them I can't make sense of. If all of these are like cut off in mid-sentence, just getting snippets. My third eye shows me two of them. Again, that sort of lends itself to my theory idea that, you know, this the third eye is referencing some kind of reference to telepathy, like it allows them to detect things. How many more of these are there? Like, again, like, hey, as long as there's new content each time, there's incentive for me to keep doing this. They haven't repeated yet. Has becoming an increasingly scientific endeavor, thanks to... Yeah, increasingly scientific endeavor. Like, it is hinting that this is initially just a religious thing. Like they were worshipping whatever was going on. And then now they're trying to study it more rigorously. which could hint that maybe there's some conflict between the religious side and the scientific side of wanting to study these things. I could tell you exactly what VM2 is, but that's something only I should know. Okay. I'm wondering if some of them will match up if you get enough of them and piece them together. Yeah? I wonder. Maybe MatPat's already done that. Of the Nexus extends beyond any comprehension of the material world. The Nexus. I've seen that word appear somewhere else. Like somewhere else within the metaverse stuff. Beyond any comprehension of the material world. So the Nexus, is that some part of their religious stuff, or is the Nexus something they found? I'll just say that Doki Doki is endangered. Okay. Opening the third eye creates a deep brain channel which causes sentient characteristics such as consciousness and free thought to... So they were talking about opening a channel. Deep brain channel which causes sentient characteristics such as consciousness and free thought. It causes them to what? It causes them to travel or something? Something... Has become an increasingly scientific endeavor. Okay. Thanks to... This is a repeat here. Darn it. Do I have to... Okay. Clicking doesn't do anything while it's still printing this stuff. Well, if it's started reprinting them, adulthood to receive professional training in... Yeah, these it might be randomly selecting these then. If it did had a repeat one, like it's, I was hoping this is the kind of thing that it was like cycling through the messages, but this might be just a random sampling. else going on here. Circular with the focal point in the center. Is that referring to the nexus, referring to the third eye? Who knows? And yeah, what I was going to say, yeah, it's random whether or not you get repeats. Also, there's over 40 of them, but they're not infinite, so you will start seeing repeats eventually. 40 of them? I'm going to be here a while then. Probably shouldn't just sit here going through all of them. Are speculated to improve third eye potency by puberty. Yeah, this is another repeat. Well, maybe I can, maybe while I'm going through this, I can give my overall thoughts of DDLC Plus. I did want to. I was in the middle of making a comment about Natsuki's character earlier. Yeah, because she's someone. And Dan Salvato acknowledged this. Hold on. The observable changes in physical appearance, however small. Okay, yeah, this is a repeat. Dan Salvato made the observation during one of his streams. He said that people who are familiar with, dating something that's anime and that whole culture are familiar with the Syndra archetype. And this is another repeat. And like, there are a fair number of people who gravitate to Natsuki because of their familiarity with that trope. But people coming to DDLC from outside of the genre, not being familiar with that, just saw her as rude, and that's how I saw her. It's like, oh, she's just being rude. I'm just going to avoid her, So, this has becoming increasingly scientific endeavor. Yeah, it's another repeat. So it's interesting that her character arc, which kind of ends in in self-love, is her realizing that she's kind of been a toxic person and wanting to grow beyond that. And part of that was cutting herself off from her toxic friends who were also in the habit of just putting people down. It's open and measure any notable differences in response. Sorry, wait, hold on. Okay, eye is open, as in, I guess third eye is open, and measure any notable difference in response to danger, pain, food, and sexual stimulus. So yeah, again, they're doing more tests. Do tests on multiple different stimuli, including sexual stimuli, which has a bit of kind of horrific implications. Anyway, yeah, and Natsuki's character arc is her realizing that she doesn't want to be like that anymore. Which, yeah, it's kind of funny because it like when I wrote Storm and Natsuki's character arc in that. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay, this is the same one. I kind of half wondered if I was doing Natsuki's character a disservice by making her she kind of has the same realization as she does in the side stories, that she gets angry so much she doesn't want to be like that. It doesn't. And she's got some self-loathing in there too, although she expressed it differently in my version. She didn't explicitly say, I hate myself. She just, yeah, I don't know, she expressed it differently. All have functional reproductive systems, then we could produce new potent children with incredible efficiency, and sudden death would be a less sudden. Presumably, they were about to say sudden death would be a less, less probable occurrence or something like they're. Or would be less of a drawback, less of a setback to their project. Apparently, sudden death is a common occurrence among people with third eye. Sentences are cutting off in really ominous places. No kidding. Functional reproductive system. So they're doing experiments on children, but they're deliberately growing them to reproductive age so they can mass produce them, which is just kind of an unsettling image. They're raising them like cattle, it sounds like. Like breeding them, basically keeping them in that captivity as slaves, sounds like. Huh. And apparently sudden death is a occupational hazard of what they're doing here. Anyway, as I was saying, hold on, what's this? Oh yeah, minus 30, this is a repeat. Natsuki. There's a lot to unpack in that. I guess what I'm saying is that it is a bit validating to see that Dan had the same sort of thoughts, that these aren't these aren't the healthiest characteristics for a person to have. And oh, here we go. Will ascend and bring salvation to all. May the third eye. Yeah, this talk of ascending and bring salvation to all is probably more of the religious talk. May the third eye. So the third eye is it something they worship or something? Email references VM2 corrupting VM1 and Yuri's horror fixation through portrait of Markov as part of that. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting to see Dan acknowledge that. Well, I mean, acknowledge it through the story that Natsuki being angry and hostile toward people and standoffish and pushing people away is it's just sort of a destructive coping mechanism for her, and she doesn't really want to be like that. And having her grow and develop as a person that way. And yeah, children are generally obedient, but with the introduction of more unpleasant activities, we should consider. Yeah, so they're trying to raise an obedient army here, but introduction of more unpleasant activities. They part of whatever training or conditioning they're doing, or apparently involves unpleasant activities. And we should consider. I mean, they're approaching this group of children that they're handling in what seems like a detached, analytical way. Like when it says we should consider, I don't think they're saying we should consider their emotional well-being. Well, I have a feeling that they're about to say something more like we should consider. precautions for dealing with whatever outbursts the third eye gives them or something. I don't know. Anyway, going back and forth between these. Yeah, Natsuki. Yeah, it's kind of validating in a way that Dan acknowledges those those traits. This are my children the opportunity. I think we saw this one before. And that's it. This is a short one. Are my children. Whose children? Whose children are these? They are doing experiments on children. Anyway, so yeah, so so Natsuki's character development, and hold on, should seek purpose. Purpose ignites a will to live, a will to suffer for a cause, I guess. So they decide to give these kids some purpose. Ignites a will to live. They want to give them a will to live because they keep suddenly dying, I guess. And they want to give them a will to suffer for a cause. It's not purpose what these kids are being raised for. Like it sort of feels like they're raising them as like an army for some purpose. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, that whole self-love scene between Yuri and Natsuki, I found it really emotionally stirring on a number of levels, and also to receive professional training in so they intend to give the kids who reach adulthood to receive professional training of some kind. Anyway, yeah, because yeah, like that. Like that whole deal of Natsuki learning self-love, learning to care about herself. I can see it being a really big deal for some people, for myself included, quite frankly. It does focusing on each of these emotional responses to determine which. Focusing on each of these emotional responses to determine which what? To determine which leads to their sudden death, or leads to them gaining new abilities, or leads to them determine which. Yeah, I don't know. It really isn't enough information to go on. This is all more just speculation upon speculation. Like dogs, genetically molded by humans and unconditionally loyal in exchange for food and shelter. Yeah, this reinforces the idea that they're treating these children like animals, basically. Molded by humans, unconditionally loyal in exchange for food and shelter. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Yeah, the whole self-love thing. I mean, you know, I suffer from depression myself. That whole thing is relatable about having difficulty liking oneself, and I can see that in Natsuki's character. Liking yourself is it's not something that comes naturally to her, and it's like it's implied that her home life has some influence on that. What's this? This is new. Voltage is appropriate for immobilization without risking permanent damage. Oh, they're like tasing them. They're electrocuting the kids to keep them obedient, basically, without risking permanent damage. Anyway, shoot, what was I saying? Yeah, like her home life, and then her friends sort of reinforcing that notion. Like she's sort of forced herself into this mindset of like she does what she wants, and who cares what anyone else says, and she has to, like, sort of as a matter of survival, as a matter of personal, like, mental health survival, force herself into this position of who cares what anyone else thinks, who cares what anyone else thinks. Which is also kind of something I kind of touched on. Well, I don't know. Darn it. Maybe I didn't touch on it. I intended to touch on it. In the Net series scene, the epilogue, I intended to expand upon it in the sequel. Darn it, I need to write the sequel. But I really wanted to dive into Natsuki's character in that, and how hard she tries to tune out the voices in her head of like her father or whomever who tell her she isn't worthy of whatever, or worthy of good things in her life or whatever. Gradual changes to the scripture class curriculum to incorporate the scripture class curriculum. Okay, so this religious cult has scriptures. It has their own version of the Bible or whatever. The scripture class curriculum. So so these kids are being taught about this religion. I'm gonna keep breezing through these anyway. Yeah. Yeah, but not. Yeah, she's incorporated this idea into her psyche of just don't care about what they're saying as a matter of survival, basically. At 9 months each, a total of 36 would reach peak efficiency, with about 1 week per. 9 months each, a total of 36 would reach peak efficiency. 9 months of what? 9 months of training? 9 months of growth? 9 months of... would reach peak efficiency. Efficiency of what? Are they like efficiency of whatever it is that the third eye does? Efficiency. Whatever experiments they're trying to find peak efficiency of something. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, like it's sort of a matter of survival. She keeps doing that, and that's sort of something thing that I do. This might be a little personal. Like I don't get along with my father, and there's a whole lot of my own personal inner critic is like, all your base are belong to us. Are you kidding me? That's a very old meme. That's a very, very old meme. Why is that in there? And these are selected randomly. Imagine if that was the first one. If that was like a super old meme hidden in that. I can imagine that just turning people right off this whole thing. Yeah, all your all your base belong to us is a reference to an old, very badly translated video game called Zero Wing, I think it's called. It's infamous for how badly translated it is. It spawned 1,000 memes based on it. on that phrase and phrases around it, all your base belong to us. Anyway, this is on upgrading the computer systems, going on about backups and protecting data. Nobody touches my personal data. Is it upgrading the computer? Okay. Well, I mean, that in itself at least gives a slight hint as to when this this thing takes place. Like the whole like events of Portrait of Markov or you know, Project Levitina or any of this. There's never really been any clue what time period it takes place in. It could be medieval times for all we know. But now, okay, they're talking about computers and backups, protecting data, personal data. At least places it in modern day, or at least close to modern day, or the future. Who knows? But yeah. Anyway, getting back to what I was saying, yeah, like I kind of got by, you know, my adolescent years when I figured out that my dad doesn't actually care about the effect he has on me. Like I'm busy sitting there feeling, you know, the self-deprecation and, you know, hearing his inner critic in my head and putting me down all the time and feeling worthless or whatever. And at some point I had to tell myself, and I sort of had a mantra for it, like, he doesn't care. Like I'm letting all these things that he said to me get to me, and meanwhile he's going on about his life not caring about it. And so I try not to care about it too. And I sort of imagine Natsuki being in the same sort of state, like as a sort of a mental health survival thing. She just she puts effort into not caring what other people say. She doesn't care when her dad puts her down. She doesn't care when her friends put her down. She's just going to do whatever she wants. But that state of not caring puts her into situations where she tolerates things that she shouldn't tolerate, and she lets them put her down, and she doesn't fight back against it. She said she received professional training. That's a repeat. So Natsuki's struggle there I find very relatable, and the fact that she's made the decision to cut off her friends is such an incredibly painful thing for her to do. Because she doesn't know what she's going to do with her life. Like she's been with them for so long that she like relies on their presence to not feel alone or whatever. What was this? Love for us, the collective triumphs over love for the individual. So a degree of sacrifice. Love for us, the collective love for okay. Capital L, this is the start of a sentence. Love for us, the collective, triumphs over love for the individual. So a degree of sacrifice. Okay. For us, the collective. Now, the collective, is that the name of their group? They call themselves the collective, or is that it's just a generalized term? They using collective to mean the group. But I guess part of why their religious teachings are so important to them, they're trying to beat into them this message that that the whole group is more important than their individual needs. So in order to encourage them to sacrifice things, they're basically they have these children with superpowers, and they're trying to make them controllable, basically, and willing to sacrifice things for the collective, for their group. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, yeah. Natsuki's trying. She's giving up something she relies on to feel so alone. And I reviewed the scene. That moment, and this is the repeat. That moment in the self-love scene where she's asking Yuri if, hey, you don't have anything to do on weekends, right? Natsuki's like she doesn't want to admit it, but she feels lost. Like, she's like, well, crap, I used to spend every weekend with my friends, and I can't do that anymore. What am I going to do with myself? And she reaches out to Yuri. Like, she's sort of in her usual roundabout way. She's trying to get at, hey, do you want to spend the weekend together? Sorry, hold on. What's this? Name implies death, but of what? Only the material self. Our mission to become free of the material self is... Whose name implies death? What's name implies death? The only name they've referred to out of these is the Guardian, but I don't think it's referring to that. But again, you're talking about death of the material self. Our mission is to become free of the material self. It sounds like more religious stuff. But their mission is to become free of the material self. How does that work? They're trying to become beings of pure energy or something. Is that what the third eye, the kind of power the third eye gives them? Or is it something to do with the Nexus? Who knows? Anyway, I haven't been any chat messages in a while. I don't know if YouTube is just freezing on me again, or maybe everyone's already left. Oh well, maybe this has gotten boring. I'm gonna prattle on anyway. Maybe someone will watch it. What's this? Oh, outer and inner cylindrical shells openings on opposite sides, such that they will rotate to create an entrance. Outer and inner cylindrical shells openings on opposite sides. Okay, so cylindrical shells. Are they describing the structure of the prison itself, or the structure of the Nexus, or is this... Oh, hey, still around, just have to deal with some stuff AFK and also get ready for bed. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for sticking around. It's okay if you need to go to bed. I'm gonna keep at this. I'm gonna keep prattling on. Because this is still kind of interesting. I mean, even if it's just such tiny tidbits of breadcrumbs of stuff. I want to see what's in here, and I can keep prattling on about my impressions of the game while I'm at it. But yeah. Yeah, Natsuki. Hold on a second. All have functional reproductive systems, and we can produce. Yeah, okay. This is a repeat. Yeah, Natsuki is. Yeah, because that the pain of giving up something she depends on to not be lonely, and it's kind of Yeah, this is a repeat. Kind of like what I said before about how things like, you know, anxiety and depression are based on the feeling like this feeling is never going to end, and she's seeing all her future weekends and is terrified of being alone for them. And the only reason she had the courage to do that was because of her interactions with Yuri. Hold on. This is far stronger during collective sessions. Collective, that's that word. There's that word again. Far stronger during collective sessions, which makes me believe the Nexus will have incredible. So something is stronger during group sessions. So something about the third eye's power is stronger when they're together, when having the group work together. They were talking about trying to reach peak efficiency by having 36 people together. So, and what's this Nexus anyway? Is the Nexus like the source of their power, or something they're creative that channels their power? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, Natsuki, when she makes that comment, hey, you don't have anything going on the weekend, right? And Yuri's, I'm not a total shut-in. I have my board game group. Natsuki sort of has an immediate breakdown, like, well, crap, I was kind of counting on spending time with you on the weekend, and have I made a terrible mistake? I just blocked all my friends. I just told all my friends and blocked them, and now I might not have something to replace it with. And then she just starts internally freaking out, like, what have I done? And it's only like Yuri being there for her and assuring her that she's not alone, which helps bring her out of it. And gosh darn it, just thinking about it's gonna make me cry. Have died so that those most worthy will be able to ascend. Have died so that those most worthy will be able to ascend. Like ascending is a term that's turned up a few times here. Again, this seems to be more religious stuff, especially referring to most worthy. This sort of feels like one of those God works in mysterious ways kind of things where they're trying to justify why some people have died, and because apparently sudden death is a occupational hazard within these experiments, so they're trying to rationalize it by saying, oh well, they just weren't worthy. They're dying so that those most worthy will be able to ascend, whatever ascending means. Now, does ascending have something to do with like realizing their full potential with the third eye, or is that just referring to like ascending to heaven, like when they die, or will be able to ascend? Those most worthy will be able to ascend. I don't think it means like ascending to heaven. I think that means some other kind of ascension. I don't know. Anyway, getting back to what I was saying. And that whole thing, giving up something you rely on to, giving up something you rely on because you realize that it's toxic to you, and trying to find something to replace it with. It's something that came up. Well, this is a repeat. It's something that came up in Storm, actually. The scene where Yuri gives up her knives that I wrote in Storm. Was a strangely painful scene to write. I remember crying when I was writing it. Even as even as Yuri's crying as she's throwing her knives away in Storm. What's this? Are my children after? Okay, this is a repeat. Yeah, and I remember talking to my therapist about that actually, and he expressed some interest in that. Oh, like, why did that make you cry? And I guess because I'm trying to imagine doing the same thing, giving up stuff that I rely on, and the empty void it would leave behind. This is the increased potency from proximity. Oh, this is interesting. Is the capital I, start of a sentence, is the increased potency from proximity to others a temporary effect, or does it have a lasting impact on the strength of their third eye? So yeah, so we were talking about the collective, about being together in a group seems to increase the effect. So yeah, being close to others increases the potency of the effect of the third eye, whatever the effects of the third eye are. We don't really know. Is it telepathy? Are they able to like lift things with their mind, or have some other impact? Maybe they're able to control people's minds. I don't know. But whatever the effect of the third eye is, it increases potency when they're close to others, and they're trying to test whether it's temporary or if it's a permanent thing. But either way, they're realizing that there's some kind of strength in numbers thing happening here, which may connect with their talk about trying to reach peak efficiency with the number of people. Anyway, yeah. I suppose, like, if it was talking about myself, which incidentally, hold on, gradual changes to the scripture classical. Okay, this is a repeat. One of those snippets, one of those pieces of wisdom they tell you when you're writing about something, and writing what you know, and writing about a painful experience. Don't write about something that you're still going through. It's better to write about it after you've gone through it and processed it. So I don't know, maybe it's not the healthiest thing for me to write about it while I'm processing it. But this is a repeat. But I'm sort of thinking about, yeah, like why did that affect me so emotionally? That whole Yuri throwing her knives away, or Natsuki giving up her friends. What's this? Who don't have a third eye struggle to understand what current science cannot tell them. I am disregarding. Yeah, so this sounds like one of the religious folks speaking here. People who don't have a third eye struggle to understand what current science cannot tell them. Yeah, so the religious folks are like, you don't understand because you don't have a third eye. So I'm going to disregard what you're saying. Presumably. Anyway, yeah. Like for me, I guess. I mean, I don't know. There could be a few things. Like playing video games, for instance. Like on some level, I play games because they're enjoyable, but a lot of the time, I'm just trying to numb other things that I'm feeling, whether it's depression or anxiety or whatever, and I'll just throw a random game on. Like, I don't care. It doesn't even have to be something I'm trying to complete. Just as a distraction from what's going on in my head. And this is a repeat. and the I don't know, and the idea of giving up the video games would mean that I'd have to replace that with something else, and scary and painful to contemplate, quite frankly. Which, I don't know, in some level probably sounds pathetic. Oh, it's scary to contemplate giving up video games. Like, grow up. But no, really, it's not the video games themselves. It's what they represent. Was this should seek purpose? Purpose. Oh yeah, this is a repeat. It's what they represent in terms of. Yeah, just an escape from what my brain does to itself, and these feedback loops which drive me into despair or whatever. Playing video games is not the most destructive coping mechanism I could have. Circular with the focal point is a repeat. It's not the most destructive coping mechanism I could have, but it's not the most constructive either. Like, I think making DDLC mods is a little more constructive in that it's a creative project. And Evangard is here. Hey, welcome. I think the next is what they trying to reach thought power of the third eye. Yeah, could be. And this is, it implies death but a point. Okay, yeah, this is a repeat here. But yeah, and in its own way, for that matter, it's kind of what I was going through when I was leaving the moderator position for the DDLC modding community. Like I do feel like what's this? List of which rooms will need doors and windows renovated to accommodate the projected increase in. So they need to redesign the doors and windows. Projected increase in what? Increase in destructive power, breaking windows and doors? Increase in, I don't know. Like, does the third eye give them telekinetic powers? They're going to start hurling things around and breaking things? Projected increase in what? I mean, presumably that's the kind of, talking about renovating them, like renovating them to be stronger or something. Or renovating them to have whatever that material is that blocks the third eye, maybe? That they allude to in the other thing. Anyway, yeah. Leaving the DDLC modding community moderator position, like it's served a purpose in my life for a while. Like I felt like I was doing something positive and giving to a community. This should see, yeah, this is a repeat. Like, you know, I feel like I'm helping young people, you know, in addition to, you know, helping myself process my own issues. This is a repeat. Like, for some degree, I write for myself, but having the opportunity to interact with all these young people and help them in subtle ways, help them have some kind of sense of community and way to express creative projects. I kind of see that as a positive thing. I feel, you know, gratified when I see people. Yeah, there's been a definite decline in people asking for my assistance in the guide post. Incidentally, I mean it's sort of, declined over the last 3 years. I think the whole Carl debacle may have made it cause a sharp decline, because there have actually been very few comments about that in there lately. This is another repeat. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like the whole notion of helping young people sort of appealed to me. It made me feel useful and helpful, which is why it was such a crushing blow to learn that, like, Carl and Logo just really did not have young people's interests at heart. I mean, like, the community has always been treated like this stupid power game, but what's this? Meditation of some sort. We do not... Meditation of some sort? Somebody's meditating? Is it one of the kids doing meditation? Does meditation help them with their third eye powers or something? Anyway, yeah, I mean, but... like, just the fact that they prioritized the quote-unquote stability of the community over the safety of children, or wanting to help children, is just heartbreaking to me. It's just goes against everything I believe in, and you know, how do you recover from that? How do you what's this? I lied, it's actually hot. I lied, it's actually hot. You mean temperature-wise hot, or are you describing hot girls here? What do you mean I lied, it's actually hot? Did somebody's third eye powers cause something to heat up? And somebody lied as part of the experiment for some reason? Wanted someone to believe something isn't hot when it actually is? See what their reaction was, maybe? Yeah, but there's definitely a lot to unpack here. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to rewatch this because I keep getting pulled at AFK. Sorry, that's fine. Like I said, if you have to go, that's fine. If I'm just prattling to myself, that's good enough for me. I kind of just want to have a record for my own purposes. I might look over this later, just to, if I'm feeling really motivated, I might make my own transcript of these things, although someone else probably already did that, probably went through each of these and wrote out what each of these are to try to organize them. Emotional impulse over rationality. Yeah. Now, are they referring to? Are they testing the emotional reactions of the children, or is one of the higher ups accusing the others to lower down, saying, no, you don't get emotionally attached to these children. It's irrational for you to care about them. You're not supposed to care about them because we have to keep doing mean things to them as part of our experiments. So it could be taken a couple of ways there. I lied, it's actually hot. I think this might be another game reference, and if so, Dan has extremely good taste in games. Could be coincidence though? I don't know what game that's referring to. Speculated to improve third eye potency by puberty. Okay, yeah, this is a repeat again. Are there really 40 of these things? Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, like as soon as the Carl stuff came, not just as soon as the Carl stuff came to light, it was also when Logo did his cover up and lied to the rest of staff about it, including to people who had already seen the truth and had seen the evidence of what really went on. Eyes open and measure any notable stiffness, danger, pain. Yeah, this is a repeat. As soon as Logo did his little presentation, which was full of lies and misrepresentations to the rest of staff, right away, Tara, Yaga, and Vigishis left staff. And maybe I probably should have left too, but I was in that same sort of state that Natsuki's in with regard to getting rid of her friends, or Yuryu was in regarding getting rid of her knives in my mod. It's just too painful to contemplate getting rid of it right off the bat like that, right out of nowhere. And I felt like I needed something. If I was going to do that, I would need something to replace it with. That's when the LMC came about. What's this? All of functional reproductive systems, and this is repeat. And more than that, like, one of my first impulses was, well, this could be a sign that the whole community is going to implode once this becomes public, because it was definitely going to become public, because I was definitely going to tell everyone about it. Like, as soon as Logo made his announcement, I was like, well, F this. I'm going to tell everybody about what Carl did. And I'm going to tell, and I was planning to tell them about Logo's cover up too. I'm glad that Braithen had the integrity to come forward and do it. Like, he is. He has no idea, unless he watches this recording, he has no idea how close I came to blowing the lid off the whole thing, and I would not have done it in a nice way. Certainly not as nice as he did. Where he phrased it in a way that still gave Logo the benefit of the doubt, because, come on, Logo deliberately lied. Like, if you see the evidence, it's abundantly clear. This religion that this academy was once known to practice. Religion requires faith. This is undeniable truth. The academy has been referred to before. What's the academy in this world? Capital A Academy. The academy was once known to practice. So this cult thing it's an old religion that the academy used to practice, or they're trying to distance themselves from the religion that the academy is once known to practice. But anyway, yeah. So knowing that that this is going to be announced, I fully expected this could just like irrevocably destroy the modding community. And one of my first impulses was to try to save as much of it as I could. I was saving download links. I was saving as much data as like art resources. Like trying trying to save the good parts of the community, you know, trying to save as much as I could before everything goes wrong. And the LNC was created to be a lifeboat in case DDMC was completely destroyed, which is a very real possibility. Like, Geo's isn't a third eye penetration. Okay, yeah, this is a repeat, which is a very real possibility. Excuse me. But what I'm getting at is, like, if I take a step back from that and analyze my own, this is a repeat. If I analyze my own reactions to that, why was it so important to me to try to preserve these parts of the community? I guess, you know, I didn't want to let go. I didn't want to give up on it. I didn't want it to be, I mean, like, given the choice between the community being destroyed and not being destroyed, I prefer it to not be destroyed. However, if the choice is between destroying the community and having the community run by pedophile, then destroy the community, definitely. Destroying the community is the only option in that case. Because having a community with so many children being run by pedophiles, there's no way. I can't stand. No way. I was ready to burn it to the ground. But rather than let that happen. So yeah, it was just because, you know, came to the community to help people, you know, and the idea that people in charge were hurting people, you're hurting young people, hurting children, and trying to bury it and cover it up. It is just sickening to me. Has become increasingly scientific. Okay, this is another repeat. Hi, Sunder, welcome back. Yeah, and you know, and like, even though I wasn't aware of what was going on, I wasn't aware of what Carl was doing, I wasn't aware of Logo helping Carl get away with it. Like, even though I have, you know, plausible deniability for not knowing about what was going on. What were you talking about there? Oh, I'm talking about the whole Carl situation and leaving the moderator position for the moderating position for the DDLC modding community. What's this? Of which disassociation is a symptom, conditioning. Ooh, okay, interesting. They're referring to disassociation. Disassociation is a phenomena which sometimes occurs in, like, neurodivergent people. Like that is to say, people who are not neurotypical. It could be, you know, it could be autism. It could be a number of conditions which cause it. Like, some people might refer to it as an out of body experience, where you just kind of lose touch with reality for a period of time. It's hard to describe. It's a weird experience, and that's why tactile stimulation is good for that sort of thing, to help ground yourself. But dissociation is something that some people experience, you know, in real life. And it's interesting. Disassociation is a symptom of something. So they're doing some kind of medical experiments on the kids and they have a tendency to dissociate, apparently. A symptom of the third eye, or a symptom of yeah. It's something I just find people like that. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, but what I was getting at was that, like, how can I, like, I want to be in the community, like, I want to be there to help people, and it's like, it's just so disillusioning. How can I, in good conscience, tell people, hey, you can trust me after that, you know? Like, people like Carl and Logo, they should have been people that could be trusted. And I lied, it's actually hot. It's another repeat. They were administrators. They're a higher authority than me. They were people that should have been able to be trusted with the safety of the community. And if they can't be trusted, how can I in good conscience tell people to trust me? I'd like to be able to tell people, hey, if somebody is making sexual advances on you that make you uncomfortable, you can talk to me about it. We'll deal with it. Like, how can I tell people to trust me? You know, like, in the title gardening, that's another repeat. Like, you know, I mean, like we banned, for instance, we banned the Just Yuri mod when it turned out that one of the lead devs was making super weird, super uncomfortable sexual advances on a child. They get even weirder when you consider they weren't even reciprocated. Like, what the frick are you doing, dude? This is another repeat. And their whole team, well, maybe not the whole team, but a substantial portion of the team knew about it. And so basically their whole project has sort of become a pariah in the eyes of a lot of people, and they say they're cleaning up their act, but it's kind of like how can we trust you after that? And by the same token, I would not blame people for not trusting me for being a part of the moderating team of r/DDLC mods when all this was going on. This is a repeat. Yeah, that's a repeat. So, like, I don't know, like, I don't want to say that the DDLC modding community is forever tainted by this, but it's like, it's kind of I feel like it's a state of, like, how do you recover from that, you know? I don't know. Maybe the introduction of DDLC Plus will reinvigorate the community in some ways. Like, it'll bring fresh eyes in there. You know, all this new interest in this new meta stuff. Is there any other moderators by stuff? Oh yeah. Funnily enough, Diablo is one of the moderators there. Diablo Graves in the chat here. And also Master Luma, and who else is? I mean, I can find out just by looking at it, I guess. If I bring up the r/DDLC mods and scroll down on the right sidebar, Rational Pi is one of the originals. Oh yeah, Scene's there too. Braithen's list is there. Oh yeah, and 8-Bits. And Gangsta King of SA, also known as Weiss. So there you go. Yeah, there are a bunch of moderators there. And this is a repeat. But yeah. Shoot, what was I getting at? Yeah, like, I just felt like I felt like I couldn't continue but I was also in a state of like, if this whole thing goes kablooey, what do I replace it with in my life? You know. I don't know, and I've just been sort of in a state of disillusionment and burnout ever since. That was in April. May, June, July. That's 3 months ago. This will ascend and bring salvation to all. May the third eye. Yeah. Yeah, I think we've established from the other one that ascending doesn't refer to like ascending to heaven necessarily. Like it's some kind of other descending. Maybe. I don't know. Brings salvation to all. It's more religious stuff. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Just experiencing it's happened in April. Yeah, well, I mean, it got revealed to the public in April. Arguably, like, the situation that was occurring happened for a lot longer before that. A lot longer. Can only assume that even obstacles or failures are all part of the great plan, even if beyond my comprehension. Or this God works in mysterious ways kind of idea. Obstacles or failures are all part of the great plan. Yeah, so yeah, someone is whatever is happening in their procedures and experiments and so on. They're willing to do whatever it takes, even if there's pain along the way, because they see it as being some kind of part of some kind of great plan. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, that whole gosh darn. I don't know, I just felt really disillusioned and burnt out from the whole thing, and even creating the LMC, like I find it. I'm even finding it hard to interact with them too. I haven't been very active in that new community either. And this is a repeat. Yeah, there's hope that, hey, maybe DDLC Plus will reinvigorate the community, bring fresh eyes in there, fresh interest. I don't know. It's having this nutrition question mark during child development. Again, this reinforces the fact they're working with children, considering nutrition as well, among all the other things. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this whole DDLC Plus thing it's having a weird effect on me, and I'm still processing it. And maybe I shouldn't process it publicly like this. This is the same message I just showed. It'll repeat two same messages in a row. Oh well. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be processing this publicly, but I don't know. I just want to get at least some of the thoughts out there. It's weird because, like, after 3 years of playing DDLC mods, playing DDLC Plus, on some level it feels like a mod, but it's more than a mod because it's official content. And it's far stronger during collective sessions. Yeah, this is another repeat. Excuse me. What am I trying to say here? Like Dan did a fantastic job of building on the characters and their character development in the side stories. Like, it feels like a mod, but it's like Oh, hey, this is new. By age 5, children testing above the threshold will be transferred to Wing A, while all... So yeah, it reinforces that these are very young children. Like, it says by age 5, meaning that they're experimenting on them before the age of 5. Children testing above the threshold. Threshold of what? Threshold of whatever whatever the capabilities of the third eye are. Transferred to Wing A. So this is a sizable building. It has multiple wings. Side stories have given us a lot of insight in the character development department. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. It's yeah, all this canon, non-canon stuff. And the fact that all your base are belong to us, and the fact that yeah, Dan Salvato, excuse me, you managed to put like some uplifting messages in there. You know, because that's what it's like. The side stories, they're basically morality tales. They're like ascended morality tales. They're not just little children's morality tales. They're about yeah, how to help, you know, to live with someone who's experiencing suicidal ideation, or how to help someone deal with getting rid of a toxic friendship, or how to you know, develop respect and consideration for people who are different from you. You know, like these big life lessons that probably a lot of people in the target audience need to hear, quite frankly. You know, and also that bit about accepting when a story comes to a close. It's another repeat. And Dad was like, all right, it's way past bedtime for me. We'll rewatch tomorrow and send you my thoughts. Take care, John. Cool. Thanks, Diablo. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for providing your thoughts and so on. I appreciate it. You're a trooper sticking around this late. But anyway, yeah. So, but yeah, what I'm getting at is like my mods. Like I try to do that sort of thing. Like you know, like TLC. My first mod was me. Like Sayori's route is trying to have MC get the suicide talk, you know, the depression talk right this time. That eventually evolved into Sayori Says No to Suicide, where I expanded on that and made it all about Sayori talking about dealing with suicide ideation and stuff. And you know, and turned into a lot of things, like where I wanted to explore things and ways of teaching lessons and so on, like Yuri's route talks about autism and how it isn't a disability, and or at least it's not what the general public thinks it is. You know, and you know, Natsuki's route dealing with I'm spoiling the mod here. Natsuki's mod is dealing with transphobia. Oh, the sound stopped. I clicked. I didn't read the message on the screen. I hope that wasn't. I hope that wasn't a new one. When the sound stopped, it made me panic. I was like, wait, what's going on here? Maybe my computer's struggling, or maybe the stream is struggling. I don't know. Anyway. So, yeah, or Monica's route. You know, talk about the concept of bisexuality, and also, you know, she's coming to terms with her own, coming to terms with her own guilt. And Storm, I was kind of dealing with a bunch of things. There's a lot of autobiographical stuff in there. You know, you're not just dealing with her self-harm habit, but also dealing with her self-loathing. And Natsuki also has her own character arc in that as well. So those must really be behavioral syndicate. This is another repeat. Basically, what I'm getting is I'm sort of trying to put little life lessons or societal lessons in there, mixed in my story. Some of those lessons are pretty in your face and preachy, as people have pointed out in my Monica route of TLC. Which, you know, fair enough. If I had to do it over again, I'd probably do it differently. This is another repeat. But I think the point is that I'm getting at is, like, Dan went and wrote these side stories which have all these, you know, societal ascended morality tales, and it's like, damn it, Dan, you did what I was trying to do, only you did it better. You know, I mean, and I know, like, as much as I write for myself, and I don't care about the canon. I want to write my own story and deal with the things that I want to deal with through fiction. There's something vaguely disheartening in the fact that I commented on the parallels between the side stories and Storm, like or the side stories and Turquoise, my upcoming mod, if I ever get it finished. And it's like, I don't know, like, it just feels weirdly disheartening that, like, well, damn, I might have to rethink any of my projects that I'm thinking of making now. I mean, you know, nothing I make is going to compare to his anyways. It's all amateur writing regardless. I don't know, there's just, like, DDLC, it's all just so slick. Like, the new backgrounds, the new art, the new music, like those gorgeous new CGs, like, and everything is so sweet. It just, you know, just makes your heart go out to them, and they all just feel so genuine, and you know, he just does everything so well. I mean, it's like, I don't know, I shouldn't let other people's work make me second guess my own work to the point that I don't write it, but yeah, I don't know. It just sort of makes me feel like I need to rethink everything I'm doing, I guess. It's this, what have we got here? This is another new one. Ventilation ducts in the basement. Also needed are airtight containers which can serve as both storage and dispensary of the ether? Dispensary of the ether. No, now is this like, are they referring to some kind of metaphysical ether, or like, are they talking about or are they talking about like the chemical which is used to incapacitate people, like a sedative? Ventilation ducts in the basement. So these are two different sentences. Two different sentences, and then like also needed. So they need something with regards to the ventilation ducts in the basement. I wonder if ventilation ducts in the basement are going to be a plot point in the next game or something. Maybe they're worried about the kids crawling through them. Airtight containers which can serve as both storage and dispensary of the ether. I have a feeling I'm reaching the limit of how many new messages are, but hey, there's another new message right there, so like, expected to improve throughout positive period. Yeah, it's another repeat. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, like, the DDLC Plus is just giving me all kinds of weird feelings about it. It is some weirdly disheartened about my own projects. I'm sure that's not what Dan would want. Maybe it just means that I need to recontextualize my writing and adapt it in response to this. Yeah, it's also a reminder that I need to find more music, because oh, sorry, I just realized there's okay, yeah. This is a repeat. Yeah, I don't know. There's some... These side stories, they've just given me... Oh, this is new. Male and infertile children can still be trained for specialized... Aha. Interesting, they specify male and infertile children. So, which suggests that, yes, their focus is on women, or girls, I guess I should say. Like, maybe only the girls are, susceptible to the third eye powers, or something, or not susceptible to, but they're only the ones that are proficient with them. And they did hint that puberty has something to do with it, so maybe maybe that connects with their comments about sexual stimulation, that something related to their sexuality somehow affects the powers of the third eye. And the fact that they specify male and infertile children suggests that do they have to be fertile in order for the third eye powers to manifest? But they're also saying, the way they're phrasing it here suggests that can still be trained and specialized. It sounds like someone is saying this in response to saying, well, what do we do with the male and infertile children? Well, they can still be trained for specialized whatever. Like, we can still use them. Like, we don't have to get rid of them. Like, as if it was they were considering getting rid of the male and infertile children. But yeah, the fact that only girls with reproductive capability are being considered is curious and ominous in itself. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, DDLC Plus, like it's it has this weird effect. Like as soon as I started the first side story, as soon as like that new music played and it showed the new backgrounds, and like I was instantly in this feeling of I never want this to end, you know. So I totally understand. I totally understand where Dan's coming from. Where Yuri and Natsuki are saying like, yeah, our series that we're reading are about to end and it sucks, but we don't want it to go on forever. I totally get where he's coming from, and it's totally valid, but it does still suck for it to come to an end. But it's and you know what? It ends exactly when it needs to. We got those 6 side stories. We got all that interaction, all that inter-Doki interaction, and it those 6 side stories plus the equals at the end. It does tell a cohesive, complete story. Where each character gets their own bit of character development, and it's very well put together, and it does exactly what it sets out to do, and it ends at a completely appropriate time. So, you know, kudos to Dan for that, honestly. Good job. This is new. Indicates only 80% or less of nutrients and medical supplements are needed to keep the body alive compared to the non-amputated control. They were doing experiments that involve amputation. So this is they're doing some pretty horrific experiments then. But then again, hey, you know, Yuri's accounts of Portrait of Markov. She said, but then the facility gets worse, and they start cutting off people's limbs and affixing them to. Oh wait, that could be a spoiler. So I don't know. I up to this point, I've been thinking of, the third eye is referring to some kind of mental power, maybe telekinesis, telepathic something. But they're amputating people's body parts. And apparently, nutrients, some things like food are in short supply because they're carefully they're monitoring how much food to give these kids so carefully that they're saying, once their body part is cut off, they only need 80% as much food now because they don't need to maintain that body part. The non-amputated control. Yeah, control as in the control group in an experiment where the control group is the normal group, and they want to compare the normal group to whoever they're experimenting on and monitor the differences between them. So yeah, amputation is apparently one of their experiments. They wanted to compare how the amputated group reacts compared to the non-amputated group. What exactly they're amputating, I don't know. They're cutting off body parts. What body parts and what connection they have to the third eye or whatever, who knows? I mean, Yuri's reference to in the Portrait of Markov hints that they were affixing the limbs to something, whatever that may be. Maybe the Nexus, who knows? Whatever the Nexus is. Hell, your baser belongs to us. Haha, very funny, Dan. But yeah. So yeah, honestly, Dan did a good job with the side stories. They do like everything they need to do, and they finish at a completely appropriate place. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'm just still processing it. This is another repeat. Processing it, what it means. Yeah, because it's a weird state. Like I said, the side stories, they feel like a mod, but it's more than a mod. It's actual canon, except it's not really canon. So it is still sort of in a state that makes it feel sort of like a mod. It's weird, but it also it also opens up possibilities of it opens up lots of possibilities for modding. You know, if there are multiple virtual machines, and there's a different version of reality, reality inside each one. Ooh, are there even any words in this one? Oh, what's going on here? What? 54, 42, 15, 214? What is this? There's no text in this one except these numbers. Like, this is all... I want to write that down. I can close that. I can close that. I want to write those numbers down. Like if this was continuing with that same theme of the 54, 42, 15, 214. What could that mean? Is this another one of those things? Okay, hold on. Go into those game files. Internal. 54, 42, 15. Okay, well, what if I take the first digit of each of those? 5, 4, 1? Nothing. The second digit of them, 4, 2, 5? Nothing. What's 5, 4, 4, no. 2, 1, 5. Because there's two-digit numbers, 54, 42, 15. They aren't, like those are supposed to be, in order for it to fit this format, they have to be digit each. 54, 42, 15. Multiples by 3. I can't make sense of those. I don't know. But I will. One thing I want to do, because oh, what's this, Jancy? I think that you have to change your computer's time to 214 and then go to the folder numbers that correspond to them, 54, 40, 50. Yeah, but, oh, hey. I just noticed my, we've got OBS open here. Is my webcam frozen? How long has that been a thing? Hold on. Let's see if I can bring that back. Capture device. Oh, great. No, don't do that. Can you bring the resolution? Nope. Bring that resolution down. Shoot, what did I have it set to before? I think I had it set higher than that. Whatever. That's good enough for the time being. I just wanted to exit so that I can load it up again. Because somebody said there were numbers in the upper left corner during the boot up screen. And yeah, I think, yes, as you said, Jans3D, the times has to be set to 214 and then go to the folder numbers that correspond to them. Oh, 833,344. 833,344. Hold on. That just took priority. 833,344. So internal 344 MES infrastructure, software, communication systems. We understand the modern day challenges of running an enterprise company with efficiency and reliability. That's why you can count on us to get the job done, so you can focus on the business that matters most. With world-class engineers and industry-leading specialists, Metaverse Enterprise Solutions will always deliver solutions that last. A cost per year analysis shows that the Metaverse solution saves up to 30% in the long run. And our flexible support model ensures that quality can be delivered at the price point that is right for your company size. Your time is valuable. That's why from planning to design to installation, our experts do the work for you. Filling out our sample questionnaire is all it takes for our team to recommend the right plan and provide an affordable quote. Excellence is right around the corner. With solutions you can count on and experts you can trust, this is our promise to you. You're in good company. Capitalized. Okay, so it sounds like a very generic advertisement for the company. MES, Metaverse Enterprises Solutions. I'm just screenshotting this here. Which reminds me that each of the emails, I can go back to the emails. Each of the emails ends as mes.local, MES being Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. And there's a new music thing highlighted here, but it's the same songs again. Maybe it's reminding me that I have to play them all. I haven't actually played through all of them. Huh. Okay, so yeah, there is a new thing, even after 100%ing it. But yeah, 214. Then go to the folder numbers that correspond to them. 54. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like the. Excuse me. Oh, I'm trying to double click and it only needs a single click. 54, 42, 15. There's no 50. There's no folder 54. It's folder 5. They're numbers 0 to 5. They aren't two-digit numbers. So where do you get 54, 42, and 15? Still never figured out what this is about, too. 54, 42, 15. Uncaught virtual machine runtime exception occurred. Huh. I think this is a little different from the original traceback message. Oh yeah, because I'm in the Act 3 state at this point. What am I missing here? Airboat spaceship. Axes from tower rotation. Why are these referred to as tower keys? What does that mean? I mean, like, I can change the clock to 2:14. That's no problem. I need to know where to look. I don't know if I want to look through every combination and so hopes of randomly finding something. Sorry, 54, 42, 15. 54, 42, 15. What's the significance of those numbers? I don't know. I'm lost on this one. Can keep testing the VM, I guess. And go back to my rambling. What's the Guardian one again? Like I said, DDLC Plus has just put me in a really weird state emotionally. Like the whole these side stories here, they gave some very welcome catharsis of getting to see these these characters that I've spent so much time trying to get into their heads to figure out how to write them for my mods, seeing more material for them, seeing them interact, seeing them seeing such sweet and wholesome interaction between them. I think part of what I'm experiencing emotionally is the sense that like thinking back to my own high school days, which were nothing like any of this, I'd rather forget my high school days. They sucked. You know, I was you know, an autistic kid who didn't know what the word autistic meant. I was undiagnosed, and all I knew was that there's something different. I was different somehow. What's this? Meters in diameter, so that a 0.5 meter gap between each body will meters in diameter. So they're talking about something that's measured in meters in diameter. They want a gap in between each body. Is this a reference to that whole thing? There was like the special poems that I wondered if they had some connection. Like there's that talk of falling into a vat of warm water. Are these is this reference to containers that are a certain number of meters in diameter? And keeping they want a gap in between each body. Maybe this is part of their experiment in keeping the kids close together, because proximity to others somehow strengthens the power of the third eye or something. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I think part of it is just that I didn't have experience of like making friends and stuff in high school. I was very socially isolated, and just kind of going about my business. I hadn't. It took me a while to come to terms with how painful that social isolation was. I was, I guess, on some level, just sort of in denial of it, I guess, at the time. It was sort of a gradual process of realizing that I wanted to be different and wanted to be more sociable and reach out to people and connect with people more. You know, that's part of why high school's crap, yeah. And I guess that's part of what makes DDLC relatable. Well, not relatable so much. Well, this is what makes Yuri relatable for anyway. Like, because she's someone who is very isolated and a loner, and she's very conscious, painfully conscious of how different she is from the people around her. And this feeling that she will never get along with anyone. Streams will leave doors from the houses. There's another repeat. Yeah, that's why I find her to be a very relatable character. And I guess on some level, writing about her first steps in making friends was cathartic for me in my own way, because it was sort of, you know, kind of what I wish I'd had for myself back then, I guess. You know, and in the course of Storm, I wrote about her, you know, clumsy efforts to reach out to Sayori, reach out to Natsuki. At one point, attempted to reach out to Monica, although she had even more difficulty associating with her, although it's because Monica was stuck in her own. What's this? This is new. 2 guardian angels condemned to blindness who seek a guiding light in their eternal prison. Now, they did refer to someone. There was someone they referred to as the Guardian. Is this the same Guardian they alluded to before? Guardian angels, both capitalized. Condemned to blindness. That might be metaphorical blindness, like they don't have the third eye. Who seek a guiding light in their eternal prison. Eternal prison. Is this a metaphorical prison? It's probably not the same prison alluded to in Markov, like the human experiment prison. I don't know. Anyway, there's still new material coming out of this, even with all the repeats. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Like. So yeah. So like yeah. Writing Storm was kind of me trying to indirectly, in some ways, I guess, write about the sort of connections I wish I could have made. Speculate to improve third eye potency by puberty. The new, yeah, I think that was before. And yeah, like in some ways, in Storm, Yuri's first attempts to try to reach out and try to form social skills, sort of like mirroring my own, because my first attempts at forming social skills were clumsy at best. I had to make them up as I go along, basically, as I went along, and yeah, and by the same token, like the side stories, I'm seeing a lot of that, like seeing Yuri struggle so much, like even right from her first introduction, when Monica asks her what's her name, and her response is, "I want to join the literature club." Like, she was so anxious about it, and so she is so set on her goal. Okay, I have to join the club. I have to. I can't let them down. I have to join it now. Like, I feel like I let them down when I didn't respond to Monica giving me the flyer in the classroom, so I have to make up for that now. This is another repeat. Shoot, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so she's so fixated on that she forgot to pay attention to what Monica was saying, and didn't respond when she asked her name. And then her launching into, "Do you like fantasy?" It's such a non sequitur, but she's set in her mind this idea of, I want to talk about my fantasy novels, because she's so into it right now. It's from the religion which the Academy wants to practice. Yeah, okay, this is another repeat. She's so immersed in her idea of the way the social interaction is supposed to go, that when someone says something different, it sort of throws her a curveball. Like, she says, "Do you like fantasy?" And because she expects, okay, this is a literature club, they're going to be talking about books, they're going to know about fantasy books, and she wants to find out what their thoughts are on that. But it's such a non sequitur that's so disconnected from the conversation that Monica and Sarah are kind of like, "What? Do you like fantasy? What?" And Sarah's like, "You mean books, like fantasy books?" And Yuri is just totally thrown for a loop, because that wasn't what she was expecting. Hey, welcome, Henry Emily Gaming. What the hell is going on? I'm trying to dig deep into the meta stuff in Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. There's new content buried in here that seems to be part of Dan Salvato's ARG, that's connected with the whole Project Libitina thing that he is presumably still working on. if he's releasing this. And these these little things, they seem to be snippets that relate to Project Libitina. Within the whole metaverse employment solutions thing, or whatever it's called, enterprise, whatever. They were trying to interact with Virtual Machine 2, and because the big reveal of Doki Doki Literature Club Plus is that Monica, and in fact the whole Literature Club, was in fact an experiment with artificial intelligences all along, and they have virtual machines running Literature Club. They're trying to experiment with what happens when Monica gets self-awareness and the ability to control the code. And this is another repeat. And one of the virtual machines is spitting out weird data that they didn't put in there, and this is so they're trying to decode the binary data that was within the virtual machine, and it's spitting out strange messages, which they say is related to something called Project Libitina. Which is allegedly, presumably, what Dan Salvato's next project is going to be, or the project that he intended to be working on after DDLC. But I don't know, maybe he didn't get around to it. Maybe he's still working on it, who knows. But yeah, basically this is just fodder for people to speculate on. And what's this? Beyond the eyes of the public, decades of favorable reputation. Okay, so this is another new one. I haven't seen this one before. Beyond the eyes of the public. So I think decades of favorable reputation. So they're either talking about a popular individual or a popular popular institution, something that's decades old, or somebody who has been popular for decades. Something about beyond the eyes of the public. So they wanted to do their experiments somewhere in private, and they were taking advantage of somebody's favorable reputation or something. Yeah, I'm sure there isn't going to be enough for me to interpret anything concrete from these little snippets here. And there's so many repeat messages. I should probably give up and just wrap up the stream here. List of which rooms will need doors. Yeah, we said this before. Yeah. Anyway, I just want to finish up my rambling. What was I rambling about? I was talking about Yuri's character. Yeah. I just love how brilliantly her character's introduction introduces how awkward she is, and how differently her brain operates. It's brilliant. I could analyze it for days, you know. And I don't know. I just find it's really neat to see someone as different and awkward and so on. What's this? Tests focusing on each of these emotional responses to determine which. Okay, so they're testing emotional responses to something. So something about the third eye that responds to emotion somehow. So, yeah. It's my imagination. Wait, were there more periods this time? Maybe the number of periods is random. And this is another repeat message. Yeah, I don't know. And I guess, I don't know, seeing Yuri, a character that I identify with so much, having the opportunity to, yeah, see, here appears this time. Having the opportunity to make friends and connect with people, like something that I never could when I was her age. I don't know. It's just this weird. This causes just some weird emotional reaction in me that I'm still processing. Like, I don't know. I on the other hand, on the one hand, like I didn't have that experience, so it's nice to write about someone having that experience. But on the other hand, it's sort of like, I don't know, like it kind of reinforces how sad I was, or how retrospectively sad I was at the experience, because I didn't have that experience. Some more. What's up with the Nexus? First trying during collective sessions, which makes me believe the Nexus love incredible. Yeah, that's another repeat. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it makes me feel good or bad, or how much it makes me feel good or bad. I don't know. It just makes me feel weirdly unsettled. I don't know how to deal with it. Which again, maybe I shouldn't be broadcasting publicly like this, but hell, who's gonna watch this far into the video? Yeah, that's another repeat. I may have fully exhausted all these now. I don't know. Generally beam with the introduction. Yeah, this is another repeat. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still want to finish writing the stories that I've started writing. Like, I want to finish writing Turquoise. I want to finish writing Storm 2. But in some ways, in a lot of ways, DDLC Plus has kind of taken the wind out of my sails in terms of what I wanted to write. It's just this feeling of, you know, Dan expressed some ideas that I wanted, but he did it better. And then at the end, and once you take those away, the only thing that my stories have got going for them is they've got this sapphic romance going on. You know, Storm 2 having a Natsuri, and Turquoise having Psionica relationships portrayed. I mean, you know, there's still other things to explore. There are still other concepts that I'd like to get out there. There's still different stories I'd like to tell. It's probably still worth writing. But there's also this undeniable nagging feeling of that, again, relates to that whole self-love side story, that feeling of maybe it's time to let go and move on. You know, maybe between the whole Carl debacle and the whole like all these emotions that DDLC Plus will bring out, maybe it's time to move on to something new. I don't know. I just don't know what the new thing is. I'm just sort of feeling like I'm just in the state of feeling. I'm just feeling lost. You know, I don't know what to do next. Like, I think I'm gonna keep telling those stories. I'd like to tell them. I don't know. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I need to. I need to find. I need to find some direction to go in. I need to figure out what to do with my life in general, really. I mean, not just my creative pursuits. The storm was a Yuri perspective, but now it's turned into its own story. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it started with me like I got the idea in my head of doing a Yuri point of view story after seeing Rain Clouds. This is before New Eyes came out. Rain Clouds is like, of course, tell a story from one of the girls' perspective. You know, take the MC out of it altogether. I mean, I didn't take him out altogether. I just emotional input self-regulated by the I mean, MC was still in there, but I mean, Dan Salvato took the step of taking MC right out of there. but yeah. Yeah, telling the story from the perspective of one of the girls is a hell of a lot more interesting than telling it from MC's perspective, as far as I'm concerned. MC is a blank slate. He's intentionally written as a blank slate. He's supposed to be an empty character. Telling it from Yuri's perspective was just so much more interesting, especially because she's someone I could relate to, and I can write about my own experiences and stuff. And then somehow that evolved into a Natsuri story. So like, and now I'm really interested in exploring the relationship between Yuri and Natsuki. Characters that I thought like. Okay, that's the same again. Like, I once thought of them as polar opposites, totally different characters, but the more I thought about them, the more I realized how the same they are. And I think Dan Salvato realized that too, and in how he wrote the self-love side story, how they overcame their differences and realized just how similar they are. How much they're, frankly, both suffering from self-loathing and figuring out how to deal with that. Figuring out how to love themselves. You know, like, Yuri's so beaten down with self-loathing. They phoned for you, Brilliance, he met Yuri Natsuki inside the club instead of at the club. Okay. The Project Libitina, despite having incredible contributions to Project Libitina, despite having no third eye. Presumably, I was about to say third eye. Wonder what character that could be referring to. But yeah. I just noticed it's light out. It's kind of to 6 a.m. What am I doing still playing this? This stream has been almost 5 hours. Yikes. I need to end this. I just want to finish what I was saying. Yeah, Yuri, self-loathing. It's caused by being painfully aware of how different she is, and it's caused her to withdraw from everyone. Natsuki didn't quite withdraw from everyone, but her self-loathing caused her to not speak up for herself in front of her friends. And being surrounded by that negativity kind of led to her hating herself. So yeah, so both of them kind of needed to learn self-love. Natsuki obviously felt that a lot more profoundly than Yuri did in that scene. But yeah, what I was getting at was yeah, Dan kind of explored that, but already there, which again kind of impacts what I want to do in Storm 2. But I really wanted to explore the dynamic between Yuri and Natsuki in Storm 2. You know, in the context of them being in a romantic relationship rather than just friends. Most responses to determine. Okay, that's another repeat. So yeah, I kind of still want to explore the relationship, even though I've apparently diverged from the canon in that. Apparently, I wrote Yuri as a total shut-in who has no friends. So Yuri's line, I'm not a total shut-in. I have my board game club, or my board game group. It's like, oh, darn. Well, that's different from what I wrote. There's some fodder for fanfiction there. Hey, that. It could be neat to have Yuri introduce Natsuki to the board game group. I mean, I'm not going to write that in Storm because I've already written that she's a shut-in loner. But I don't know. Yeah. It's kind of almost like a little depressing in itself. Like I was using Yuri as a sort of a proxy for my own high school experiences, and it's like, oh darn, she has a board game group that she goes to. That's already it's already more than I had going on. I mean, well, that's not fair. I mean, I by the end of high school, I was starting to get into stuff. Sang in a choir, started taking dance classes, started participating in theater. I don't know. Oh well. Anyway, I think maybe I've done enough rambling, and I think these things have stopped repeating. I mean, they've stopped producing new things. Okay, this is the last one. After this, I'm wrapping this up. It's a very anticlimactic way to be wrapping up this series, just staring at this this gobbledygook here. Oh, but my third eye shows me two of them. I can't make sense of. There was just one last new message. My third eye shows me two of them. I can't make sense of it, presumably. Which, again, my third eye shows me two of them. Which, again, implies that the third eye is referring to some kind of extra sense, some kind of maybe mind reading, or some ability to sense things out in the physical world. And it says my third eye. So as much as they're doing these tests and experiments on children, there are adults, or at least this is from the perspective of someone who had the power of the third eye. I don't know. Anyway, that's probably enough of that. I mean, it says 100% data collected, but I don't have all of the achievements. According to this, there's still 3 more achievements. Yeah, I have 16 out of 19 achievements, and the remaining achievements are like hidden. So I suppose in order to truly 100%, I probably have to consult a walkthrough. Maybe that 54, 42, 15, 214 thing has something to do with it. I don't know. But this is probably enough out of me. I rambled on enough. Yeah, this has been Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. It nicely expanded on the world of the DDLC. Like, I mean, it expanded on it a little bit in that we've established that the answered one of those questions without really answering it, of like, how did Monica come to be self-aware within the game, and how did she come to edit it, and why are there artificial intelligences in a visual novel where everything is supposed to be pre-scripted? And it's like, hey, this answers all of that, because it's like, Doki Doki Literature Club was an artificial intelligence experiment all along, and they were trying to determine the effects of giving their artificial intelligence control over their world, because they want to find a way to control their own world, because they are also fiction. They are aware that they are also a virtual machine, and every time they give Monica the power to control the code, she destroys everything. Like, she eventually destroys everything. So they want to figure out how to gain control of their world without destroying it. And I just noticed that this logo here, is that supposed to resemble an eye? Like, there's the pupil and the iris. Oh well. Anyway, but she's our total shit in with no. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, so it's kind of neat that DDLC Plus explored the lore a bit more in that sense. But more than that, I've already talked about it. Dan having the opportunity to not just explore the characters, but give all kinds of life lessons that probably people in his audience need. Not the least of which is, accept that it's over. This is done now. Stop bugging me about it. Because I'll bet people have been bugging him for extra DDLC content for the last 3 years, almost 4 years now. It really has been almost 4 years. But also, I think he liked the idea of using his platform to help others when the original had such a downer ending. It was, DDLC, the original DDLC is really depressing. The reason it inspires so much fan fiction, so many mods, is a lot of people want to give them happier endings, or the opportunity for happier endings, I guess. Or some people just wanted to continue the horror, I guess, and wanted to have more downer stuff. A lot of mods have downer endings, quite frankly. I don't know. Different people deal with that kind of thing in different ways, I suppose. Oh well. But yeah, basically, yeah, it did all. I think that DDLC Plus did everything that it set out to do. It gives you all this catharsis and redemption for Monica, and showing that there could be happiness in the literature club, and giving you more insight into the backgrounds and interactions of the characters in the story. It has all these morality lessons. It has all these these social lessons. All these teaching people about mental health issues in subtle ways. And overall, just I think he really just like Dan Salvato wanted to have an overall just really positive message, and I think that's really cool. Good on him for that. And at the same time, he managed to get a wee bit more, of plugging his Project Libitina, which I guess he wants to let people know, hey, I haven't forgotten about this, even though it was originally supposed to be a 2018 thing. I'll bet he feels really bad about that, I mean, I know his mental health isn't the greatest. Like he hasn't been specific about his mental health issues. He has commented about a few times about how his mental health has been the greatest over the years, and he's just sort of been struggling for a while. I imagine he probably struggles to get things done and probably feels bad about struggling to get it done. And even though one of the files has it has 2018 very very clearly put in there. Like he expected he was going to get it out the following year. So yeah, he probably feels bad about that. But I guess this is maybe he made this in part to spur himself onward to actually get it done this time. Because that's clearly something he wanted to do and wanted to work on. He didn't. I think he didn't want to get bogged down in DDLC. He expected this to be a brief little, free little project they did for fun, and then he was going to work on his Project Libitina, and then DDLC blew up bigger than he expected. I don't know. I just get the general sense that he's a bit depressed that his project that he wanted to work on got so sidetracked. I hope he's doing well. I think he made a fantastic project in DDLC Plus, and that did everything that it set out to do, and as far as I can tell. So yeah, good for him for that. And yeah, I'll just have to go back to processing what I'm feeling over all this and figure out what I want to do with myself, I guess. Yeah. After this stream, I don't know what I'm gonna do next. I think even though there are a couple more achievements left, I think I've pretty much exhausted all I can get out of DDLC Plus. Time to move on to other games that I have lined up that I wanted to play. I got Super Hot. I haven't played that. I think I'd like to record myself playing that. That could be neat. Also, we got Simulacra, which somebody gifted to me that I have no idea what to expect from that, but it looks interesting. Might be fun to record. Get some first reactions to that. That could be cool. Maybe we'll play some more of The Long Dark. Or maybe, Subnautica Below Zero. That's another one that I've been putting off getting. I'd be really interested in playing that. I loved Subnautica. I'd love to play the sequel, so that could be fun too. I got lots of options. Yeah, we'll figure out.